break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope.
Why not both? Evan?
Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Yep. Yo, what's up, guys? Good to see you. Welcome back. Hello. Welcome back to stream. Welcome back to the VOD. It is indeed day 4, 3, something of the Eldar Sketchathon. Has a lot of work to do. I got a lot of work still to be done, but I'm up to the challenge because I got to get the adventure done, man. I got to get the adventure done because I may have made a mistake. I may have made a mistake. And that mistake is, I think I accepted a lot of commissions. I think I fucked up. 2 of the commissions I accepted recently turned into way bigger projects than I had imagined. So, I got to get stuff done and get rolling on some things. That's okay. It's a good problem to have, I guess. It's a decent problem anyway. I shouldn't complain. I'll complain anyway. I like complaining. But I'm very excited. Today is also D&D Day. That's right. Everyone plays D&D on Thursdays. Nobody plays D&D on Fridays anymore. Not a single soul has ever played D&D on a Saturday. And Monday is right out. It's just over. Yep. D&D on Monday is a sin. But tonight I play D&D. For the first time as a player in a long time. A short little adventure. A little campaign into, into Ashley's world. I'm very excited about that. Lexer, thank you for the follow. Welcome over, my friend. Welcome on over. What's up, Lobster? I note a distinct lack of lip scar. Ooh, yeah, you're right. Since when are you on YouTube? I am streaming my stream onto YouTube. I don't advertise or market my stream on YouTube or anything like that. It's mostly just so I can get the VOD over there. But there are a couple people that prefer watching over there. I'm not super attentive to the chat because it's not well set up in OBS for me to actually see that said chat. So mostly just to get my VOD onto YouTube. But you know what's crazy is actually my watch hours are going up. And apparently YouTube in a couple more weeks of streams, if the data is correct, YouTube may actually think I'm a real person at some point in time. How close am I? I got right now it just says I have 13 public watch hours, but I know that's not true. That's as of March 15th. So yeah, if I hit 3,000, YouTube will think I'm a real person. So ZBZX, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in, guys. Good to see you. It was 4K before. Wow, Jesus. It's also, I can also do it if I wanted to get 3 million short views in the last 90 days. And I will say that my short views in the last 90 days is not 3 million, it's only 152,000. But considering that that's like from 0 to where I am now, I think that's pretty good, right? 150,000 short views in the last 3 months. It's not bad for an irrelevant who asked nobody artist like me. But yeah, so the YouTube VOD is or the YouTube videos are being streamed over there, so I don't have to actually upload my VOD anymore. I don't have to worry about it. Nope, I can sit on Twitch and then just never get touched. I don't have to do it. Blaze doesn't have to do it. Nobody has to do it. What's up, Cake Monster? Good to see you. New short, Believe in the Me That Believes in You. Thorkin gets it. You know what's hilarious, Thorkin? Is this was also a test. This was a test for Minifull's art that I had done. I just used the process video for her piece. YouTube, TikTok, everywhere and everyone. Don't tell Minnie, but YouTube, TikTok, everywhere and everyone fucking hate that piece of art. Every time I upload a short or whatever or a video with that piece of art in it or the process of it, it immediately does terribly compared to my other videos, which is hilarious. So, poor Minnie. It has nothing to do with Minnie. It's all my inadequacy, all right? That's all it is. But I got a couple things to do. There's the GM. There she is. What's up, Ashley? Excuse you, could you stop talking about my favorite streamer like that? Evan Blair Art. Ooh, oh, if your favorite streamer, Evan Blair Art like that. Ooh, well, I'm talking about the YouTuber Evan Blair Art, so it's fine, right? Yeah, that's fine. That's no biggie. I did some sketching last night. I did some little preliminary sketching, as I like to do off stream, because as you can tell, but you can always tell how much I struggled with a piece based on how messy the lines are to get to a certain point. Because that's kind of the problem with this is one of the reasons why I'm a terrible artist, because getting to the point where I have a base sketch can take me anywhere between 20 minutes and 90 minutes, 1.5 hours typically. It can take anywhere between those two numbers, and some of these are pretty quick. Some of them were not. So I spent some time last night sketching. I don't know how much time I'll have to work today. Oh, what did I do? Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna worry about it. Whatever I pushed, whatever button that was, I am not going to be concerned entirely. So, ignored? What's up, Garthan? What's going on, man? What did I ignore? Ignored YouTube? Ignored you? What was ignored, bro? But yes, I am trying to get the watch hours up on YouTube. So if anyone really wanted to like help me out and support, you could go put the YouTube stream on and fucking mute it as well. Or not. Look, that's a lot to ask. I can ask. Thank you, Zernov. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I checked my last stream yesterday because Ella was more curious, and she was like, we were taking Una for a walk, and she was rummaging through my phone, looking at all my stats on things. So she cares way more about my stats and growth than I do, which is kind of cute. But anyway, she said that last stream got 50 watch hours. So how many streams is that? That's what's 3,000 divided by 50? Unless I also do an actual video. Why don't I end Discord? Am I crazy? I think I added a Discord. Did I add a different Discord? Is this my Discord? I added a Discord. There it is. Boom. Look at it. Look at that. Look, I'll even react to my at. I'll react with Miniful. What is that? Miniful Please. Oh god, she's so fucking. Okay. Of course, that's what the emote was called. But yeah, no, it's all good. So we've got lots of projects to work on this week. If you haven't been appraised to the situation, this week is indeed the Eldara Sketchathon, in which I am working on art for the Horizon Adventure to try and get it ready in time, at least most of the art done in time, for early April, when I can drop the adventure in our Discord for beta tests. Yep. Yep. What does that mean? Well, hopefully somebody will want to beta test the adventure, but I also am not completely abandoned on the idea that literally no one will, and I'll have to figure it out myself. So those are two things that I'm considering, but regardless, I want the beta test to be available in April, and then I can iterate on it through May, and then in late May, early June, I can take it to the first convention, because I have my first convention ever as Evan Blair Art, Realms of Eldara enthusiast, with a product this time. And that's in June, and it's a big one. It's a real big one. Is the convention itself big? No, it's a very, very small convention, but it is called ArtCon, and it is a local convention in Calgary, Alberta. And now, why is this a big convention if it's a very small convention? It's a huge convention because it is an extremely focused convention. It is extremely focused to TTRPGs and tabletop gaming overall. And people there are enthusiasts. This isn't listen, this convention doesn't attract the pretty cosplayers that just want to show off their outfit. God love them. But they are not at this convention. This convention does not attract the Funko Pops collecting millennials that think that WandaVision was the greatest piece of media since they watched the Titanic when they were 9. Okay? This is not those people. This is not even the gaming gamers, the ones that play the video games and enjoy the gaming things. Nope. This is the tabletop enthusiasts. Everywhere from the new guard all the way to the Greybeards, they are there for tabletop gaming, TTRPGs, and the like. They don't want no damn fan art. They don't want none of that shit. They want original, interesting, good shit. So Ella did very well at this convention last year. It's a very, very small convention, but it did very well for her. As a dice maker, she was very well received by a lot of people there, which is great. So this year, I have a table right next to her at ArdCon. Very reasonably priced tables, like very, very inexpensive, man. I'm telling you, they know what's up. They know how to make a vendor feel good. But I will be bringing the adventure in the published form to this event for the first time. I want the first published book in front of me, some shitty ring-bound book that I printed at Staples that I'm selling for $20, and we'll see. And we'll see. We'll see. Because here's the thing. Am I going to sell this adventure? Absolutely. But it's going to be available for free. Obviously, that's a big thing for me. It's going to be available for free on our Discord. I want people to play it more than I want people to buy it. So I'll make it available for purchase in a physical edition if you want. It's just basically covering the cost of the physical book. And then I'll also make it available for purchase on places like Drive-Thru RPG for a pay what you want type thing, according to Atari's guidance, which is a good idea. But in our Discord, it's just going to be available. You can just play it. Yeah. There you go. Just go for it. And then hopefully I can get some people at ArtCon to be enthusiastic about the physical product and actually look at it and say, wow, this is a thing that it's worth it. And if I can get somebody who has no idea who I am and no idea what the fuck I'm doing to look at my adventure and say, you know what, I'd pay $20 for this book. Brilliant. You know? So it's a bit of a test for me. And then the week after ArtCon is GameCon Canada, in which I will be slightly more relevant this year. That's right, GameCon Canada is a convention of relevancy. They even have Twitch streamers there. That's right, they even have invited Twitch streamers. There's a whole Twitch gaming section in which I saw Twitch streamers doing their Twitch streams, and I was like, I wasn't relevant enough to be asked to come here as a streamer. So I'm here as Ella Blackwood's dice jockey. But you know what? Maybe one day I'll be able to walk around and maybe somebody will think I'm relevant at GameCon. So we'll yeah, June's gonna be a busy month, man. Con Peko, Evan Blair artist Mike Kamiyoshi, who's going to be the best model papa for wherever he makes his first VTuber for some Sogaki someday. Damn, Ashy, that was poetry. Holy fuck. How did you know that I spent 35 minutes last night working on Amenagawa-chan? How did you know that I've been working on my VTuber? That I'm working on my galactic paintress herself. I think I might specify my VTuber. I think I might specify Amenagawa-chan to being an artist. I might make her the galactic painter. I think I'm going to do that. And so not only, Ashley, do I need to find some sort of actress that is willing to play Amenagawa-chan on the stream, I also need to find somebody who's maybe an artist as well, which is going to narrow it very, very, well, quite a bit from the general gaming sphere. And the issue is, what I might also do is I might also offer to mentor this paintress, whoever wants to become Amenagawa-chan, and use it as proof of concept to show that I think that people under the certain and correct training structure can become exceptionally good at art and incredibly gifted and talented and all those things people say you look like you are when you're good at art, when actually you just tried your ass off. And that's going to be maybe an experiment I'm going to run with Amenagawa-chan. So we're gonna try. We're gonna see if it happens. I don't know, actually, but love seeing people's D&D OCs. Oh shit. Why do you call them OCs though? I'm always curious. First of all, I'm honored that you stopped in, Lexer. But I'm curious. I'm always wondering when I see people refer to D&D characters as a D&D OC. I'm always like, wait, what? Why is it an OC, not just like a D&D character? But yes, these are some of the NPCs from my game, the adventure that I'm running, that you could go talk to if you wanted to. If you wanted in the game, I don't know. Once you play the adventure, maybe. We'll see if you stay at the Demarian Glade. This is, in fact, Magistrate Lumbershed. So you will have both these NPCs will be optional to talk to, depending on your decisions in the game. But this one might not. This art might not exist because this is far more dark and serious art of Endrick Avalon that I think I want for the game. But I realize that this is more suiting for the game that I'm playing tonight with Ashy for Endrick. So I gotta fix that. Gotta fix that for the game. Yep. This man has natural beauty. Oh shit, you like the art? Damn, bro. I missed out what we were talking about. Orc Skull, we are talking about, what were we talking about? Bunch of bullshit nobody cared about. I monologued for the first while of my stream. Don't worry about it. Yep. And Nightshade Promise, thank you for the follow as well. Honored to have you. What's up, Nix? Good to see you, bro. They're PCs, player characters. OC's different from D&D character. Well, here's the thing. the term OC originates from fan fiction. So an OC is like the term OC is contextualized by the fact that there are existing characters in a story. So you might be writing a Harry Potter fan fiction where Hermione, Ron, and Harry are all characters, and your OC, your original character, Matilda Ted, who is your insert OC. That's what you'd refer to your OC. I'm always so curious when people refer to a D&D character as an OC, what they mean. If it's just like one of those things where it's like you see it as a character within a story that is like outside of you, or if you see it as it is like is referring to a D&D character as an OC, is it elevating and honoring the story of the DM, or is it simply one of those funny things of language where people just start referring to characters as original characters, giving that extra level of whatever on top of it, to indicate that it's a self-made character? I don't know. I always wondered about that when I hear people say that. It's very curious to me. TBK? Oh shit. This early already? You think so? You think so? Well, yeah, these aren't PCs. These are NPCs. So I guess this guy's kind of a PC. This is gonna be art that I use. Maybe I won't, like I said, maybe I won't use this for Endrick in game because I feel kind of like it's a little serious. And so this is the art I'm using for Endrick, my Avenger, for Ashy's game tonight. But I'm gonna have to draw it. This is just a shitty fucking garbage like 20-minute sketch. So I actually have to do the sketch, but. Eventually, I just realized that I made him look a little serious for Endrick in game. You know, that's so we've got multiple options here that I can work on today. I can draw Magistrate Roland Lembershed. I can draw the Demarian Glade innkeeper that I forgot her name, but she's the person that you talk to at Demarian Glade. It's the wealthy inn in Horizon, so it's 3 gold per night, just in case you guys are big fucking spenders. Let's go. And then of course Endrick Avalon, Guildmaster of the Dragon's Claim. So we got a couple portraits we can do here today, and we'll figure out which one maybe fits for the vibe I want today. Then you got expanded for to it's not a pre-made character, right? I think so, yeah. I'm just always very curious how that like evolution happens. As somebody, Nix, who's been here since the dawn of DeviantArt and watched the fan fiction sort of art scene transition into the D&D scene as it has kind of today from the origin to now, I'm always curious about how people who have been sort of riding that wave and where they came in and how they like how they adopted the terminology. You're the one who tweeted, "Call your brothers before swearing an oath to die next to you in combat against the darkness." Well, I wasn't talking about Brother Ulnar, was I? I mean, I might have been subtweeting about Brother Ulnar, but let's not tell Brother Ulnar that, even though I think she knows. That's not something I've thought about. I usually would just think of an OC as original character, one creates no matter the background. Yeah, well, I mean, sure, that's awesome. I mean, if that's the way that it's kind of transitioned to, that's cool. Because I think, I don't know, I'm just interested in the way that term changed. Because like I said, if you had been like part of sort of the fanfic and fan art community for like a long time, for like that kind of stuff, that's where the term OC originated. Is that OC was something so it's kind of like saying my character. It's like kind of like, what's the point of saying your original character unless you're trying to contextualize it against something else? Jesus, what the goddamn, holy shit, Orc Skull, what the hell, dude? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Good God, man, that's holy shit. Thank you, Orc Skull. You want in? God damn. Pretty please? Oh, Jesus Christ. The what? The what? The OCdom? Wait, I'm so confused, but thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Holy fuck, dude. That's incredibly generous. Goddamn. Thank you. Thank you. And Intami, thank you for the follow as well. Good God, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. Holy, that is incredibly generous. But early DeviantArt, I used to have a DeviantArt messenger bag in high school. Oh my God, Nix, you're my favorite. You are my favorite person.
Orc Skull gifted a tier 1 sub
dude.
to Zernov. They have given 6 gift subs in the channel.
Seriously, thank you for the gifted subs. That means the world to me. Not just because it's supporting me, but bringing people into the guild and saying, hey, you can be part of it and all that. That's incredibly generous. Thank you. Hold on, Alf. Alf asked me to check stream topics. What am I checking the stream topics real quick? Before we get started on anything today, what is in stream topics that I'm missing from Alf Hex. From Alf Hex. Orb is Netflix's best new show. What the hell? Wait, what?
Alfix gifted a tier 1 sub
the hell,
to
guys?
Monster. They have given 451 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you for the gifted sub to Lobster, Alf, and thank you, Intami, for the gifted subs to the community. That's followed to 5 gifted subs. That may be a record. Holy shit! Thank you for that. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the subs. God damn, that's crazy. Thank you so much. Holy shit! And that was, you gifted for 5 subs before your first time chat. Holy shit! Thank you very much. I appreciate it. God damn. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Hold on. I don't want to miss any chat. I don't want to miss any messages in case anybody said out to me today. What's up, Legend Docs? Hold up. I want to make sure I missed anything. Ancient D&D Art, there was also Elfwood, which was where you had to go, or where you had a lot of D&D OC characters. Yeah, I think that was a little bit after the Snape Snogger era. I'm not sure. I think people create OCs that then try and port into D&D along with people who have heavily identifying with the D&D character, with the game being more narrative driven. Oh, you think so? God damn, I watched stuff on YouTube. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for first of all, thank you for checking out the YouTube channel and the videos. I'm honored by that. And then thank you for coming over here and throwing some subs around. I'm thank you both of y'all. Thank you, Orcskull. Thank you, Intami, and thank you, Alf, for the gifted subs, guys. I appreciate it. Oh, was not expecting that this morning. Yeah, but Alf, what is this Orb show on Netflix? What is are we being co-opted by Netflix finally? Are they stealing our ideas? Is that a thing? I'm still kind of emotional with the subs though. I had to like kind of return to form here so I don't just stammer over myself while stream. I think pre-Snape Snogger, Elfwood was before D&D Art. I'm Ancient. Oh, okay. Yeah. Dude, wait, what the hell? Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Tommy, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Holy shit, dude. God damn. Thank you. Holy god, dude. Thank you for the 10 subs. Thanks for bringing 10 people in the guild, saving them from ads, granting them the blessings of scuffed emotes, and bringing them into the guild as formal guild members. So thank you so much. Seriously, jeez, dude. Thank you for 15 subs. I appreciate it. Dude, I don't deserve that, but thank you. I can't possibly fathom what I could possibly do to deserve that, but besides just saying thank you very much for the subs. Holy shit, dude. God damn. I know I saw someone ask about commissions. Currently there is a long wait for Evan's commissions, but you can still message him in Discord about them. Yes, I'm sorry if I missed a message about commissions. My commissions are a pretty full wait list right now. It's like close to 3 months, so I think that I'm formally going to close my commissions everywhere and like list commissions as closed everywhere basically. But if somebody wants to ask me specifically for something on Discord and then they're willing to sit on the wait list, I'm totally cool with them you know, being there. I don't mind the waitlist being long, just as long as they like understand that the waitlist is long, you know. That's totally fine. But yeah, you can absolutely message me on Discord if you have something in mind. Sorry if I missed any messages about that. I'm sorry I missed it. God damn it, I'm flustered, man. That's a lot of subs for this early in the morning. I gotta It's crazy for a stream for me to join. Lex, this is a crazy stream for me to have. So you and I are both in this boat together. We're both in uncharted territory, you and me, Lexer. So okay. I have to I gotta actually get stuff. Good god. Your stuff is super neat. I enjoy seeing the art and how you draw it thus far. God damn, that means a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, where were we? What was I doing? Where's the thing? Where's the art? So I think we're gonna start with our innkeeper here, and then we're gonna try and do Endrick as well a little later. So this innkeeper is going to be one of 3 options that, dude, I'm still like flustered over the subs. Okay, no, I'm a streamer who is of dignity and grace, and I will not be flustered on my stream. I will not be distracted. No, you're good, Intami. I'm just Intami, I get a little flustered when people just shove support at me like that, because I just can't possibly imagine what I could have done or possibly do to be worthy of that kind of support. Because look, that's a lot. Like 15 subs is a lot, dude. That's a lot for me. Like, that's pretty massive, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. I hope that's something casual for you and you're not straining too hard for 15 subs. But for somebody like me, that's kind of massive. So I just you know, I just feel like this desperate need to communicate my gratitude, at the same time not completely derailing my stream, because I could sit here and thank you for 25 minutes straight for that. But can I commission you to relax for a day? I would like to try and do that. So yeah. Chat commissioned a swimsuit calendar recently. They absolutely did. Yeah. Are you doing a training program? Do you mean like, am I offering one, or am I currently doing one myself? Much deserved, I'm sure. I absolutely love and admire the art. Well, I appreciate that, Nightshade. I don't know. Like honestly, for me, for somebody as like small and niche as me, the only thing I could possibly ever ask anyone and be humbled by is presence. Is just you being here and hanging out with me while I do my stuff. Anything beyond that is just mind blowing. So I'm sorry. I'll try to focus up. Okay. I'm always a fan of an artist and showing people's art, artists. I've shared with you a few friends I play D&D with. Oh, damn. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. No, I've been really enjoying making videos and stuff and talking about my sort of D&D adventures and world. I've been doing this streaming thing for about almost 5 years as of this May. Very seriously for the last couple of years. But only recently this year have I like sort of stepped out and started to like actually kind of take this thing really seriously, and making YouTube videos and talking about it and the D&D process, and opened up a lot of commissions and, you know, increased my hours and stuff. So I don't know, I've been having a lot of fun and I really appreciate the support for it. I gotta step away for a while, but we'll keep the window open. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you for the lurk. See what I said, presence is so important, and you just leaving the stream open is massive. So thank you so much. Thank you for doing that. Because today's subs, can we have the art wizard? We're not, no, the art wizard, we're not busting the art wizard out for anything back. Listen, the art wizard was already out once this month, okay? Are you running one? Oh, I feel like that was what was being discussed. Oh, if I'm running a training program. Well, what I was talking about with so there's this project I wanted to do, just before we get into it. There's this project I wanted to do. It's kind of a silly little thing that was an idea of mine a while ago, where I want to make my first live 2D VTuber. Now, I'm not like I know a lot of VTubers, I have a lot of VTuber friends, but I always wanted to make a VTuber design for somebody, because I think VTubers are really cool. I think the idea of the lore and the character and whatnot, they're really dope. And I wanted to learn live 2D to do that, because my wife, who is a dice maker and she streams, that's her computer behind me, she doesn't like being on camera. You know, she's more of a private person than I am. I'm a shameless individual that will just Alf, in the middle of the description. Good God, Alf. I said I would stay focused. I'm gonna stay focused. Thank you for the 25 subs. I appreciate that. First, it's not a competition, Alf. Alf, the only competition, Alf, is how awesome of a person you can be in this chat, to which you're all winning. And obviously how big of a crumb emote you guys have. And currently no one has this one, so get bent, get wrecked, you fucking nerd losers. I'm the only one with this Sakurai crumb. That's the real competition. Let it be known. Okay, sorry. Yeah, the only competition is how much you've microtransacted for the color that your crumb emote is in chat. Come on, guys, please. No, stop it, Alf. Thank you for the 25 subs. I'm gonna stay focused through this, no matter what today. I've already been flustered for too long. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So I want to make this VTuber for Ella so that she can stream a little bit more comfortably and have some fun and whatnot. But in doing that, I want to practice a live 2D. And I wanted to make a VTuber design for somebody who is willing to use it. And I was thinking about making it for an artist and doing a mentorship thing, because I've been trying to consider, requests to do mentorships. The problem is just time is very expensive and very difficult. But I also have a theory. My theory in general is that with the right kind of mentorship, a person can go from drawing fucking stick figures to being employable rapidly. If they have the right kind of direction and consistent feedback and approval and assistance from another artist that can give them that kind of attention. The problem is who can pay for that, right? So I wanted to do a mentorship or something as a test with somebody or a couple people just to prove to myself that theory works, because I believe it does. So I was thinking about doing maybe finding an artist that wanted to start streaming and making art and the VTuber and all that kind of stuff. So it's just a dumb idea I had. That's what I was talking about the training program. Just started a 30-day draw every day type thing, starting from zero. It's interesting. What would love help? Yeah, I mean, if you ever want to post yourself in the feedback channel in Discord, Orcskull, I try and jump in there when I can. A lot of great artists try and give some feedback here and there. It's a great place to learn stuff. So, God. All right. Okay. So, need to focus. Okay. Thank you guys for the subs. I really appreciate it. I don't want to just skip past it because of how much it means to me, but I also don't want to sit here just trying to express my gratitude for the entire stream. So thank you very much. Anyway, so this character that we're going to sketch today, it's one of the many portraits. So on the list of portraits we have, this is currently what has been done is in green. What hasn't been done is not in green. So we got a lot to do, to be honest. That's a lot. That's man, that's a lot. But of the 3 inns that you can stay in Horizon, you have 3 options. One is the Wind Willow. This is your standard inn. If you're the standard fare D&D party, you want the tavern, the inn, you want the busiest place at the center of town with a moderate sort of cost to it. That is the Wind Willow Inn. And of course, the innkeeper is a man, a former adventurer, your jolly sort of rounded bartender with a towel over his shoulder and a big smile. That's going to be that innkeeper. So very standard fare D&D adventure type thing. Then there are 2 other options for inns in Horizon. They all provide a different sort of vibe for your adventures. I think that a good inn in a city can help sort of in some ways frame your adventures that you're going to have in that city a little bit. So the other 2 that are available are the Azure Burrows, which I think is actually the sleeper hit. So the Azure Burrows is the lowest grade inn. It's a little further out of town. It's a little quieter, but it is a Rokari run inn. And for those of you that aren't familiar, the Rokari are basically kind of like, I guess you could say, shorter Kitsune. I have an older sketch of a Rokari that I did for one of my mods. So when I say Rokari, this is the kind of Kitsune I'm talking about. Big fluffy ears, big fluffy tail, but mostly humanoid based on the proto-elves that became the Elvari, just with the wild god influences of the great fox spirit from Thorash, but that's a whole different lore thing. So the Rokari Inn, the Azure Burrows are the Rokari Inn. They're very quaint, very homey, very lovely. The innkeepers are super sweet and will do anything for you, but it is a little more modest. It's, a little more kind of, hay-filled beds type thing. It's got a really cool vibe to it. I think it's a sleeper. I think it's the best one, but it's also only 5 silver or whatever. The expensive one, if you want to stay at the expensive place, is actually called the Damarian Glade, which is a very fancy inn set up for fancy people that costs 3 gold a night. And at level 1, that's a lot. But it is run by an elven family that have been asked by the Airlace Trading Company to set up a finer establishment to entertain some of the higher end guests that the Airlace magistrate would have in her city. So the Damarian Glade is maybe I don't want to make it pretentious, so it's still supposed to be very welcoming, very nice, and she is going to be the innkeeper that you talk to. at the inn. Obviously, the innkeepers are going to be important characters in the story, no matter where you stay at, because they are going to be people that you can go to ask anything about Horizon. And I want to make sure that DMs use them like that, so that I say in the adventure, look, the innkeeper is the person that you can encourage your players to go talk to. They will give any help to the players. If the players are ever at the inn and talking about what they want to do, but maybe they don't really know something about the city and they haven't thought to ask, the innkeeper is always there, conveniently able to overhear their problems or their questions, come over and offer a solution, and maybe like a drink or whatever too. So Demarian Glade, she's gonna be your liaison over there. And then we have the other two innkeepers I haven't done under sketches for. And then after that, I think we're going to work on Magistrate Roland Lembershed, who, if you accept the quest to go kill the Abyssals, he is the man that runs the High Crest Hamlet that you will talk to. So more of a serious guy, but still very friendly and welcoming and grateful to have you in there. And then, of course, Endrick Avalon, Paladin, Oathsworn. My man. Let's see how many of these we can get to today. But I want to do a couple of under sketches. Okay. We're going to record the process. We're going to do it. Make an under sketch. Oops. Under sketch. Got to name your layers. Listen. The first thing you do as an artist, name your layers. Second thing you do, make good art on those layers. Line work. Oops. Spell line work correctly too. There you go. The chaotic in between for naming your layers and not naming your layers is naming your layers but spelling words wrong. So if that's, your vibe. Totally take advantage of any art and knowledge you'd provide. Well, I always try and be available for answering questions and stuff, Lexer. I don't teach necessarily fundamentals, all like specific fundamentals, because I think that there's great resources out there for that. If you want to learn perspective or anatomy, things like that, I'll point you in the direction where to go, because I think there's really great resources that you can go look at those things. And until I decide that I have something to add to the equation, I'm not going to make tutorials like that. But I'm thinking I kind of might know how to, in a way that I might be able to add something to the conversation over on YouTube. But what I talk about more on stream is how to progress and how to improve, because that's more the thing that I've had to struggle with in my career, is not necessarily because the TLDR for my career story is that I took a lot of time off and was very beaten down by art, and so my whole thing is my redemption arc as an artist, which I'm hopefully cresting on top of right now and not necessarily climbing up too hard every day. We'll see what the internet thinks, I guess, after I release the adventure. But that's what we talk about on stream, is those kind of specific things, is how to improve, how to build the structures that will allow you to be consistent, to stay focused on your art, to be able to improve. That's the kind of stuff that I really talk about a lot on stream. But if you have, of course, any questions art related, I can try and answer them. But as far as formal training, formal mentorship goes, it's tough because I did want to kind of create this kind of mentorship kind of group chat or whatever in our server, where I took a couple of people and offered them some very substantial training, but obviously expected a lot in return as far as the work goes. Because the biggest issue with helping someone improve is that if you show me 5 figure studies, 5 figure sketches, that's not enough for me to tell you what you're doing wrong in a way that'd be productive. What I would need to do is I'd need to see 50. And a lot of people aren't used to that, especially people who haven't been through art school or formal training. If you've been through art school, you're oh yeah, if I want someone to tell me what's wrong with my art, yeah, I need to bring them 75 pages of whatever. If you haven't, then that's not intuitive. And so the kind of specific mentorship training thing that I was thinking about doing and offering would be more geared to that serious artist that is willing to put the effort in. And when I say, hey, I'm going to help you get your figures on point so that you don't have any problems drawing people anymore, and they say, great, bet, that is at the other end of 10 hours of you drawing 50 figures through that week. And then I can tell you and teach you exactly what you need to know and be very precise about it so that you can, excel after that. Because I think that if you are able to sort of present a large enough body of work to an artist that's good enough, they'll be able to tell you exactly what to do. And it's so brilliant when you have that experience. This is where a lot of artists at studios do really well with their art director. The fastest improving artists I've ever seen aren't artists at art school. They aren't artists grinding away at their home. The fastest improvement I've ever seen in artists is when an artist goes to work for a good studio of some variety. Games, movies, pre-production, whatever it is. but let's just say a game company. You go work at a game company, and not like an indie kind of like, and there's nothing wrong with indie. Not like a mobile sort of cash grab game, which is what a lot of people have to enter into the industry, but your first like game studio job, where you go and you work as part of an art team that's like a more sophisticated kind of like endeavor as opposed to just trying to scrape money from some sports title or whatever. The first time you get to a studio environment like that, artists will become different people in 6 months. It's not even funny. You get an artist that has potential, and they go into that studio, and then they're making art every single day towards the project. Usually not being used. Their art usually isn't being used. They're usually being trained during that time, but they're making art towards the project, and maybe they have an idea or two that works out. But the entire time they have their fellow associate artists, they have their senior artist really drilling on them, and then they have their art director and the principal artists sort of applying knowledge to them as well. That person, that little artist that's surrounded in this little cocoon of mentorship, those artists go from like, they accomplish in 6 months what would take a lot of artists 10 years to do. And it's crazy. So that's what I mean by like if I was to do training like that or mentorship like that, I would ask a lot in return, not for me, but I'd ask you to produce a lot of art while we're doing that. So I haven't figured out a way to do that yet. I've been thinking about just running in our Discord and just taking a couple people that are very serious and seeing what happens. But I don't know. I'm still kind of up in the air on it a little bit. We'll see. Remember to write your oath the same way VTubers write their backstory lore. Okay, dude. All right. The fucking... Can I be wearing 3DS armor? Is that a thing I can do, Ashy? Is that a... No? Is that not cool? All right. And then his villain arc. I feel like you need to see how they draw in real time, too. Drawing in real time is helpful. It informs things quite a bit. Yeah, you are absolutely right about that. But I'd say that having a large body of work will show me 80% of what I need to see 20% of the time. And then if you want the last 20%, you need to watch them draw, but then that's 80% of the time. So as far as an efficient thing, it's like, yeah, you don't need to. Of course it helps. 100% it helps. But it's not like dubiously necessary. I don't think anyway. But it's tough to improve. I want to make sure that people feel like they can improve. And the thing that like kind of bums me out the most is when I hear artists kind of saying things that sound somewhere along the line. Ooh, wait, hold on. Let me get my recording thing out here. Okay. The thing that bums me out the most is when I hear artists say things like, you know, I can't improve, or I've tried and it's just not for me, or I'm not talented or gifted or whatever. And that stuff really, really kills me. And it's a lot of it is in comparison too, that like really bugs me too. Comparison with people, like I'll see this on TikTok more than anywhere else, but I'll see people say something along the lines of, wow, your art's good, and that's like very nice of them to say, but then they'll say something very sad and kind of dismissive, like, I wish I was lucky enough to have that kind of talent too. It's like, okay, one, I've worked my fucking ass off, and two, it's possible for you. Don't count yourself out, you know? I never want artists to count themselves out. Like, if you don't want to do it and it's not worth the grind and the trouble, like, that's totally fine. I understand. When people say to me sometimes, like, hey, should I bother pursuing a career in art? I almost kind of want to, like, discourage them too, because I feel like if you really want to do it, you don't have a choice. But at the same time, I get what people are asking, and I always do encourage it, because I think that they're looking for just a little bit of, you know, reassurance, hope, whatever. I don't know. My whole like philosophy is that art is not some guarded secret that is given to you at birth. That anyone can become employable. Are you a prodigy? Probably not, and maybe not, and that's okay. You know? But the amount of artists that I've seen that aren't prodigies that succeed is too great to dismiss at this point in time. There's too many of them. Far too many of them that show up for me to say that somehow people luck into it. Of course, that's your +3 AC for being unarmed. Right, okay. Mine is a math problem. How many hours would it take me to get good at art? How much money could I earn those hours to pay friends instead? Sure. Yeah, I mean, if that's your goal is to like get the art and it does become an equation like that, then totally fine, you know? Like I said, for a lot of people who will become creatives, it's unavoidable. There's nothing you can do. There's no question you could have asked yourself that would have simplified the process or allowed you to, you know, wonder if you could have done something else. It's just like, shit, this is my life. I'm gonna be an artist. That's how it is for a lot of people I know, anyway. A lot of artists actually kind of lament that. They're like, man, I wish I could like focus on other things, and I wish I could have been something better, like a engineer or whatever. But I just can't not make art. Like, okay, man, I get it. I feel it. Life's been busy, haven't been able to work on art in all the past 2 weeks. Well, you've been traveling and stuff, Al. That's totally normal, man. That's totally normal. Yeah, it's all good. You go through phases as well, you know? Like, here's the thing. Burn very hard and very bright at your own peril. And understand the risks and the damage that comes with that. And for some artists, a lot of people, it's like, yeah, I understand the risks, so I'm going to go do it. But a lot of people will think like they need to keep up a certain cadence and won't necessarily be able to keep up with the recovery. And that's a big problem. If you can't do that, that's a real bad time. And I really I caution people for feeling like they need to be working too long on their art. If you spend a couple of weeks spending like a lot of time on your art and you're practicing and trying for stuff, and if you're a hobbyist, of course, this is like hobbyist advice, take time off and let it sink in. Take time off, man. I know you want to improve, and it's admirable and it's awesome, and I get it. You want the serious advice, even though you're a hobbyist, but you have to take time off because you're doing other things. You know? That's okay. That's actually necessary. It's kind of like, are you going to the gym just for like health and fitness, or are you going to be a bodybuilder? Okay, well, there's different advice and different like sort of workflows, and it is more efficient for you as a amateur, just like trying to be healthy at the gym, to take time off from the gym sometimes. Whereas a bodybuilder will do that in different ways. But they're also working differently and they're doing different things. But I think it's very important to take time off and not think about art at all for like a week here or there. Ideally, it would be neat to be good at art, but it would also be neat to sing, and I value singing above art. I'm not sinking enough hours into singing as it is. Yeah, what you could do both. You could just pull a Tia, man. Just do art for half your stream, then fucking sing for the rest of it. Holy, right? Yeah. No, I get that. Trying to divide yourself between disciplines as well. Even as an artist, I feel that. I'm very greedy, though. I'm very greedy in what I want to accomplish. So it's like, how do I become a good painter while still doing all these other things, like world building and writing mechanics and building Eldara out? And part of me is just like this kind of childish, petulant greed where I'm like, no, I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna be real good at both, which might bite me in the ass at some point in time. It probably will, actually. It's probably on its way, if I'm being honest. I feel that actually I used to like sing a lot. I heard my voice years ago from doing it, in fact. Really? Oh shit. Damn, you have to watch out for that. You gotta be careful. Well, the band I was in pressure me a lot. Ooh, that's tough. Yeah, that's tough. That must be like such a unique to music thing that I can't really relate to, is like the pressure to perform your craft and to perfect your craft in collaboration with others all the time. Because obviously when you're working on a project or for a studio or whatever, you can kind of do your own thing here and there. And it's like, okay, you know, you provide what you're going to provide, and then you kind of sink back a little bit and you kind of bounce around a little bit like that. But in a band or some sort of music group or like that, you're kind of like all waiting on each other. Like you all need to be operating optimally all the time, or else it's just not going to work, you know? There's added pressure on that, and I really feel like it's probably poorly understood by a lot of artists. A lot of visual artists. Not that like it matters, like, you know, kind of like, oh, you need to be understood by visual artists. No, but it's still just like a kind of a, you know, interesting thing to contemplate. What it's saying? How are you? I'm good. I have a question. I have recently been doing a lot of portraits, but I want to expand the things I can do. I want to draw characters and environments, but I don't know how I just keep doing the portraits again and again. I feel like it's comfort zone thing, but I don't know what I can to do. Can you give me tips? Are you working as towards a professional career, Sane, or are you doing this for fun, fulfillment, enjoyment for yourself? Because the advice changes Fortunately or unfortunately, the problem is that I would speak to you very differently and talk about what you can do. Like, the process is similar for both, but obviously my advice for application is going to be very different for whether or not you are like an art student hoping to make a career of this versus a somebody who's passionate about it but doesn't want to like obviously make it your life. Because there's things you can do on both ends that I think will and one's not lesser than the other. It's just different as far as the advice goes. Sort of. The advice is gonna be the same, but the application is different. So that's why I usually ask people before I give them advice. Was an instrument player. They said that I was lazy for it and pushed me into hours of singing without breaks. That's kind of messed up, isn't it? Like, not an instrument player? Yeah, I mean, like, sure, I'm sure instruments are straining on the body, obviously. I think, I had a friend who was a pianist that almost broke his fucking wrists apart because he was composing the score to my D&D world, the Eldara album. If you guys know Dashto put himself out of business for like months because he fucked his wrists up composing the Eldara album. He gave everything to that album. But I'd imagine that singing in like your voice is a whole lot more delicate. Bunny Bagel and Hashira Crimson, thank you for the follows. Welcome both of you. Hello friends, honored to have you. Try to be a professional artist. Okay, same, perfect. So if you're trying to break out of your comfort zone in portraits, so there's a couple things. So I'm going to give you a couple of directions that might help you, and you let me know how you feel about it. So if you're trying to learn something new and you feel it's great that you've acknowledged that you're in a comfort zone. When you are trying to break out your comfort zone, you're basically trying to do things that are scary and you don't know how to do them, and the reason you stay in your comfort zone is because something in your brain is telling you to stay there, just to resist, to stay comfortable, and that's totally fine. That's exactly how your brain's going to work. And so the battle as an artist is often not how do you perform the skills and learn them, because in a way, Sane, you know what to do. You know exactly what to do. You just do it. You just practice it. So if you don't, go buy a book on architectural perspective. That's your introduction to environments. It's architectural perspective. Because architectural perspective is informed by a perspective in the natural world as well. So can you learn how to draw buildings from learning the natural world? No. But can you, well, kind of, but I'm trying to be like concise here. But can you learn the natural world from learning to draw buildings? Absolutely. So an architectural perspective a book of any kind, whatever, off of Amazon, the exact book doesn't really fucking matter. It's more about following through on it. Go grab one of those. Go start putting a half hour to an hour of studying the book. If people who've never studied an art book before, you go through and you replicate the processes that you see in the book every single page. It's curated in a way with the intent of people to do that, even though it doesn't explicitly say that. As far as learning figure, learning anatomy, learning those type of things, you need to break down each things towards figure into the fundamentals. So figure, I talk about sometimes in my stream, figure is composed of 3 components. The first element of figure is perspective, so how things look in space. The second is the physical building blocks of anatomy. And the third is gesture. And I don't know what you're terrible at, and you don't know what you're terrible at until you show me and you enough examples of those. So you do a lot of figure studies to then like be able to say, oh, I don't get perspective, or I think I don't understand how bones work, or whatever. You have that moment of revelation. And so if you want to learn your perspective, you start at the bottom, drawing your cubes, drawing your spheres, drawing your cylinders, all those things ad nauseum. If you want to learn anatomy, technical anatomy books. There's a billion of them on Amazon again. You go through, you learn every single muscle group and how it connects to other muscle groups. You learn how they sit on top of each other. You study again, half hour, hour a day, whatever it is, going through the book, replicating and drawing what you're seeing precisely in that way. As far as if you want to be a professional, this is where the application changes. For a person that's an amateur just having fun, I would say try those little things, have a little bit of a gander into the anatomy book and see what you think, and draw some characters and make sure you're still having fun with it and whatnot. If you're trying to be a professional, you must figure a way to push through. So you can poorly do these studies for hours a day, but you must ensure that you are doing them for hours a day in order to really make progress that you want. And to be a professional means that there are going to be other people out there who also don't want to do this kind of stuff. Their brain's also resisting them, but they are putting 3 to 5 hours in every single day while you and I are playing League of Legends. And that's going to be the differentiator in careers 3, 5, 10 years down the road. So the professional side of it changes. You need to build some sort of a reward structure into your studies so that you can tolerate the grind. It's more about endurance. The difference between a professional and amateur for the art learning is more about endurance. And so your challenge as an artist that wants to be professional is, how do you figure out how to endure these studies in a way that is far past the point where your brain is telling you to stop? And so there's a lot of things you can do. I just made a YouTube short about it. It basically create a reward structure that fulfills that goal inside of your brain. So whether that is posting your process, making a sketchbook, going back and redoing a sketch, whatever, drawing your characters and using something you've learned as a fundamental and application to that. Whatever it is, this is where mentorship really helps. You don't know what it is, and no one else knows what it is until they talk to you enough. So if you're on your own in this world and you're trying to do it for yourself, the way to do it is to find the threads in the studying that you don't hate. And whenever you don't hate something in studying, and whenever you don't feel like you're just completely like zapped, I want you to find that thread and pull on it and follow it and pursue it like your life depends on it, because in some ways it does. But yeah, you know where to start. Books, tutorials, things like that. For the professional artist, it's more about, can you actually figure out how to keep going and how to pursue it seriously, which is really tough, don't get me wrong. So anatomy books, or if you want to start on the YouTube side of things, you can with someone like Modern Day James or Proco. They do very good basic tutorials like that, and then introduce that into your book studies. Obviously, the best thing to do is, if you want to go take these very seriously, go find some sort of formal training. So whether that's art school, art mentorship, or classes, there's lots of different resources, but the most important thing is just building that reward structure, and as a professional that you can see yourself maintaining and keeping up with for an entire career. And it might take you a long time to find that reward structure. It might suck for a long time, and when it does suck and when it does feel awful, the thing that I try and remind myself and other people when they're in that grind, they're like, I'm just working every day, it's not getting better, it sucks, it's awful, I just want to quit. When you feel like that, remember that that's what difficult shit feels like doing, right? Which is the only reason why that sets people who are exceptional, like you're trying to be hireable or professional as an artist, the only thing that will set you aside, apart from amateurs or casual artists, is whether or not you are exceptional. And the way to be exceptional is to hit those barriers of difficulty and push through them. So when you feel it, that's proof that what you're doing is working, as long as you don't give up and as long as you don't let it take you away from your stuff. So every day, multiple hours a day, no days off. No days off. I'm so sorry. I said to Alf, take some time off. It's very different as an artist, or as a professional. No days off. Not one. Zero. Not until you're there. Not until you accomplish some sort of feat that you see as a goal that you can quantify, or if you are responsible enough to know how to get back on the horse, which I think that we are often better at in our minds than we are in practice. But get out there, go get this. You're a champion, you're a stud, you're badass. Go show the world your might and prove to yourself that you are the person that you think you are. Thanks to Lurk Azalea. I also want to add that I'm more confused on how to approach things. Fair enough. Yeah. Aduri's meta the hide. Wait, is that actually, did Aduri actually come in here and say that and I just missed it? What's up, Foxy? How's your day been so far? It's been good. We're chilling. Oh shit, what's up, Rook? They do daily diary sketches? That's awesome. Yeah, daily work is the most important thing. Like honestly, the most important skill as an artist is just consistency. That's all it is. Like, even if you're just wandering lost in the darkness and you don't know what you're doing, as long as you're doing that every single day, like, it's impossible for you not to learn and figure stuff out. Like, you'll be all right, you know? The only thing that ends artists' careers is dropping it. You drop it for a couple days, you say, I'm going to take a week off. And that week turns into 2. And 2 weeks turns into 3. And 3 weeks turns into 10 years, and you say, oops. Whoopsie. How'd that happen? I'm not 22 and freshly graduated from art school again anymore? What? I'm 32 and I don't have a career yet as an art. Oh, shit. Ooh, how'd that happen? It's pervasive, man. But I think that people have a lot more in them than they give themselves credit for. So, oh, that was a Duria's meta. Okay. Sorry, I didn't see it. Let's see. What is the daily meta from Iduria? The daily meta is, of course, the African tigerfish. Wasn't this? Wait, didn't we do this yesterday? Am I crazy? How is this one different? He's the chompy boy with the big teeth, right? I thought we already did this. Am I crazy? Look at that smile. Gonna give it a 9.2 just for the smile. Just because he looks like a little happy boy. Yeah, good meta, Durio. What's going on, dog? How you doing? Feel like I came in at the right time? Yeah. Look, it's hard, man. Don't get me wrong. Pushing past those barriers is the most difficult thing as an artist that you will have to do. But the problem is that it's one of those things where you sort of have to acknowledge that, like, you know what is maybe the most contentious thing I've ever said about art that people like have the most problems with? And fair enough. And it's okay to disagree with me on this. Being good at art in 9,999 out of 10,000 people is a choice. And when I say that, some people think that I am diminishing their struggles. And I'm not. Whatever it is that stops you or hinders you or makes it hard for you fucking sucks. And I'm not saying that it doesn't suck or that it is fair or whatever it is. People like to quote, they're like, oh, well, it's not a choice for me because I'm too poor to afford a tablet. Oh, I've got ADHD and I can't focus. Oh, I've got one arm. Oh, I can't, I'm blind. Okay, that's the 10,000. Whatever it is, I think that I've seen artists from all walks of life and from all situations find a way. And the problem is when you tell yourself that you have no choice but to give up on your art career or be mediocre or whatever it is. I just don't think that's productive because I don't think it's true. I think it limits you, and it allows you to give your brain permission to be comfortable. And if you give your brain permission to be comfortable, it will form excuses that will destroy you. They'll take away your entire career, man. They'll ensure that you never do the things that you love in life. And I don't know. I think that like for me, like understanding that like doing art and being good at it and whatnot. Not that I think I'm good at it, but getting better at art is a choice. That to me is a very empowering, sort of uplifting idea. And I know some people think that it's a very like kind of damning or condemning idea and judgmental and stuff. And it really isn't supposed to be that. It's supposed to be an idea that gives you agency. That says that you don't. It's not about whether you were born with an innate talent or a gift. It's not like you were too short to join the NBA. Or whatever. It's simply a case of like, do you have the desire to push through the difficult parts of your journey or not? And sometimes the moment where we realize that we haven't been trying in the way that we need to, that's the moment that we actually start our career. It certainly was that way for me. You know, I know it's like, man, I spent like almost 7 years complaining to myself about how unfair life was before I started my career, basically. And even then, over the last couple of years, I spent a lot of time learning how to sort of do that better and better and better. And I really think that this year is kind of the first time that I've really felt like I am not taking my art seriously, but able to perform my sort of duty and role as an artist, my job, a lot better. And it's supposed to be a message of hopeful encouragement. And not something that simply like dismisses the challenges, because absolutely not, man. The challenges are there. They're probably there for like almost every artist, right? You just have a survivorship bias where the artists that make it are also the kind of people that don't talk about it or don't dwell or ruminate on their issues, but they certainly all had them, you know. For the reason I wrote that, there was one. But it slipped my mind. Wait, forgot to write what? Did I miss something in chat? I think I missed something. I'm sorry. Last message, first and last message I saw you send was just how am I doing? If there's something that you posted that I guess didn't get posted, then that might be on a Twitch thing sometimes. Want to say you have a really calming voice. Oh, really? Well, thank you. I'm glad it's not terrible to listen to, because I struggle a great deal with my voice. I do. I've had a lot of impediments to my speech, let's just say, through my life, and they slip out sometimes on VODs, and I'm like, oh God, how does anyone listen to me? So that actually means more than you know. So I did the long one. I'm sending it again. Yeah, sometimes paragraphs, if they're too long, Twitch just doesn't send them, like whatsoever. It just ignores it. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's Twitch like protecting against spam or something. But yeah, if your message is long enough, sometimes Twitch just will not send it. In chat, it'll show for you, but like nobody else will see it. And you can see messages that get sent below me. So if you don't see your message sent, then down there, then it wasn't sent in chat, unfortunately. So I apologize if you thought I was just ignoring you, but I legitimately just didn't see anything. If you think that you can learn to be great at art, or you think you'll never be good, you're right. You got to grind the mindset. Yeah, I mean, I think for a lot of people, the problem with being good or bad at art is like mostly a mental battle. And we're so outgunned in the modern world, right? We're so unbelievably assaulted every day. Our focus is being drained. Our like ability to think deeply about things is being like just executed at the altar of attention from a lot of media apps, things like that. You know, it's why I like streaming. Like I really love streaming because it's something that I can, well, not just the active streaming, but also watching streams, because it's something I can turn on and be part of and whatnot and listen to through a full kind of, you know, couple of hour period, and not feel like I need to like be bouncing around to find a new YouTube video or like flipping shorts or whatever. It lets the mind really learn how to sit with the lull of sort of contemplation. It's like I had this experience with an anime that I watched a long time ago. It was when I first moved to my dad's place after my parents got divorced, and I moved to my dad's place at a you know, kind of a last minute thing. He did not have anything set up there yet, and so I didn't have any internet for a couple days. I know, what a first world problem, but it's the connection hadn't been turned on yet, so I had no internet connection for a couple days. At my computer anyway, I had like TV. That's all I had was a TV. So I just like had to sit there and just like watch and like just like watch something, and I watched the entirety of this anime called Last Exile. You might be familiar with it, and it's an older anime that is it has this thing about it that I really like about old anime, where it takes its time. Sometimes you'll have a conversation with characters, and there might be music, there might be nothing, but it's very unintrusive, and they'll have time to like sit with their words, and they'll have these like long shots of just like kind of like allowing you to kind of sit in an idea for a minute, or hearing what somebody said. And it's really cool because anime these days doesn't do that. Modern anime is very like bam, 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 something happening all the time, scene. And I think a lot of that is a result of our attention. We just don't tolerate lulls and boring anime like that, as we'd say. That really is the thing that I remember fondly as like, oh yeah, that's what it's like to like learn how to sit in something. And I really enjoyed it when I was forced to sit and listen to that anime, because I couldn't be on my internet, I couldn't be, you know, talking on Discord, I couldn't be doing anything else. I just had to sit and watch that fucking anime on the end of my bed. It was like this imposed lesson in patience that I always think was really good. EBASMR, shut up. You do have a good voice, dude. I appreciate that. Don't else tell you something else. Well, thank you. I call it a Twitch monster, which can only eat long messages. Yes. Yep, that's fair. Didn't think you were ignoring me. I think you were talking with and about Art for Sane's thing. Oh, fair enough. Okay. So a lot of artists go off and just sit to in any profession, sometimes out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, I mean there's a word for it. I forget what it's called, but there's a word for it in Japanese that a lot of Japanese artists will do that. And everybody thinks that like manga artists, the mangaka of the world, they're the ones that do that. But actually, I knew two artists at Square and the two of them, they actually did this. They so you could take time away if you had an important project, and I don't know, like, they were a little bit higher up, so I don't know if anyone could do this, but you take time away to like finish a project. So one of the girls did a very important illustration for a big Final Fantasy game, and she got given a
Notice me, senpai.
Thank you, Ella. She got given basically the funding to go out to Ryokan in the middle of nowhere and sit with her tablet and her computer for like a week and just do this piece of art. And the whole point is that you don't have any distractions in that. You just sit yourself in a room with nothing but tranquility and nature and whatever around you, and then you just perform your task. And I think that's a really good mindset to have. Okay, what am I doing? I need opinion, black or white top for Ren Fair. Black. Yep. There you go, Ella. Horrible drawing most of the time, except for when I'm not. I've got a few drawings I think are really good, and I wish I could make good drawings persistently. Mostly because I want to draw a specific picture. It's crystal clear in my head, but since I want to use my profile picture, I want it to be good, and I don't want to mess it up. I also wouldn't really know how to draw it, so for now I'm keeping my hands off it. That's totally fine. There's a piece there that, like, aspirational paintings like that exist and are awesome. I have many paintings in my head that I'm not good enough to make. A ton. But I have one really important one that I keep thinking about that I'm definitely not good enough for. And that's awesome. It's awesome to have something aspirational like that. But I think you can improve pretty rapidly, especially if you have that focus as your fuel. Even with a black shirt? I don't fucking know. I'm not there. What are you asking me some shit for, Al? Did you send me a picture on Discord? You didn't even send me a fucking picture on Discord. You gave me nothing to go off of. Just asked for black or white top. I don't fucking know. Pick whichever one you like better. I don't give a shit. What do you want from me? Black. Go with black. It suits you. There you go. Dark colors suit you. They reflect off your pretty blonde hair, Ella. There you go. That's my official artistic color theory idea for you without knowing what either one of them look like. No guarantees you won't look stupid in it though, because maybe if it's a stupid top, then I don't know. What's up, Junior? Good to see you. What makes you feel not good enough? Is it what makes you feel not good enough? Is it feeling you lack the knowledge and skills to complete the project, or struggling to have faith in your skills to do it? Knowing that I don't have the skills to do it. Yeah. It's so I don't have imposter syndrome. I know precisely how bad I am at art. And that knowledge comes from knowing how good I am. Right? So when I like the difference between me and a beginner is a much shorter gap than you'd think. The difference between me and Jamie Jones or Greg Rutowski is a massive ocean to part. And there are paintings there that I know that I don't understand how to make, and have the skill sets too. And I want to, and I definitely will at some point in time in my career. I definitely believe that. But I know right now, if I attempted one of those paintings, that it would be an agonizing process that I would not accomplish my goal at the end. And so there's other things that I do to work towards that. 100%. It's definitely possible. It's just it's a level challenge too high up for me to take right now. Remember one time a few years back, I spent 2 hours out in the field and just laid in the grass, just sort of contemplating things. Came back in and wrote 6 chapters for a writing piece. Hell yeah. Yeah. Shit. It works, right? That time off, that time spent, that time contemplating. That's something that like as an artist, you kind of need to do if you have trouble with attention or boredom or whatever. Like if you're an artist or a creative maybe in general, and you've ever had this feeling of knowing that you want to spend time doing something, but you just can't get yourself to do it. Like you want to practice, right? You want to put the effort in, but you just can't seem to want to do it. There's 2 things. The first is you can develop a better reward structure for making it fun and good for yourself to do, which is hard to do, but that's the thing I was talking about, pursuing that thread whenever you do something in art that you feel good about. The other thing is reducing the things that are diminishing your attention span. And so understanding that if you're sort of like activating and firing your brain off every single day, and you're living like you're basically on a dopamine overload, and you watch a lot of like social media and a lot of fast-paced videos, if you can't sit and contemplate a slow movie, if you can't have just a conversation with a person without checking your phone or whatever, if you can't have a meal and not be listening to or watching something, you might be fried. And that's okay, because the world is trying to fry you. It's nothing to be ashamed of, but it's something that you can act upon and change about yourself to make it so that, yeah, when you tell yourself you're going to sit down and draw hands for 3 hours, your brain doesn't try and literally fight you to the death to not do that. Yeah. Bad, but isn't art subjective, or does that depend on style and medium used in specific pieces? So art is, the enjoyment of art is subjective, but there are objectively correct and good ways to produce art, especially in a classical sense. If you're talking something more derivative, like stylistic, anime, cartoon, Western, you know, Nickelodeon, Avatar stuff, the critical fan art style, the deviant art, whatever. If you're talking about any of these sort of like sub styles that are very derivative of the original intended form, those things are more subjective. The more derivative you get, the more subjective it is. The more sort of close to classical art or realistic art or believable art, if you want to use different words that all kind of mean the same thing, in this sense, there are correct things. So like whether or not you like, like whether or not you like Shin-chan, please don't have any pictures of him naked, because half the fucking mangas have him. If you like Shin-chan, it's it's subjective whether you like this or not. You could say it's good or bad art. I don't know. I mean, like, if you like it, I think it's cool. I think Shin-chan's great. It's this ancient fucking Japanese manga, you know, that's very stylized and very subjective. If you're looking about objectively good art, excuse me. Jamie Jones is objectively one of the greatest painters of our generation. Objectively. And that's the difference. The subjectivity versus the objectivity is the thing that comes into, that people get confused about. A lot of newer artists get confused about, and I'm not saying this for the bad thing. I'm not trying to be like, oh, well, you don't know what you're talking about. But the more you learn from the classical style, and the more you learn about it, the more you learn, understand how and why you progress to certain skills, the more you understand what an objectively good and a subjectively good art piece is. And you understand that the few amount of brushstrokes created or used to create textures and to create forms and colors that your brain fills in the rest of the details to understand what you're looking at, that is objectively the skill of classical artists. That is the mastery portion. Yeah. So when I talk about that, I'm talking about the objective painters of our age. And even if you want to go like back into the classical era, the Michelangelos, the Rembrandts, the Jan Matteo, you know, if you want to talk about not Jam Mateo. What? No. Wait, why is Google... Oh. Then put a J in there. Even in the classical era, and this is a little bit newer than the classical era, but still, you can look at artists that you think are, okay, oh, this is objectively a good artist, you know, objectively a master of the ages. And that's why we revere a lot of these artists in the modern day. That's why you know the names of artists that are, you know, objectively the best from history. But your subjectivity of your enjoyment of this piece is subjective. You can not care about this. You can think that Genshin fan art is way better than and clears Jan Mateo's art any day of the week. And that's fair. You're allowed to have that opinion, and you're correct. But the problem is, are you talking about subjectivity, subjective enjoyment and preference, or objective skill? And that's what I mean by when I say I'm not good enough. I'm not talking about, or I say that I'm like terrible in the face of like whatever. I'm not talking about the objective or subjective enjoyment of my work. I'm talking about the objective skill set. Super important just to let your brain slow down, reset, and allow it to focus on stuff that it was meant to recognize naturally. Unironically, it was a fantasy novel. It sort of taught me like self-actualization. Interesting. That's kind of cool. I kind of like that, actually. That's a useful tale, I guess, right? Funny thing about it is I'm extremely tempted and repelled to draw at the same time, because like always when I have to do or really want to make a good drawing, I do it. Fair enough. It's tough, right? Yeah, I mean, you're called to, but at the same time you might not want to, right? Want to do it, but I know for a fact that I'd fuck it up some way, so I don't draw it either. I don't know, strange IG. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It's okay to want to do something and just not be ready for it. You know, the most important thing that I think for me in my artistic journey is understanding a very difficult to understand concept. And it's the kind of thing where when you say it, people think like people have ideas as to what it means. But I think it's like more complex. But really the idea of to know thyself. You have to understand yourself, I think, and then you can kind of do amazing shit. But the problem is every single time I think I like know who I am or what motivates me or whatever, I'm always shocked to see exactly how little I knew about myself. Exactly and precisely how little I actually knew myself. But if you'd ask me, like at any point in time, you asked me when I'm 22, you asked me when I was 24, you asked me when I'm 26, you asked me all these things. Hey, do you know who you are? Do you know yourself? Do you know what you want in life? I'd always be like, yeah, man. You know? But really, it's scary when you're like, oh wait, I had no idea. And then you change your destiny, as it were. You change your life when you figure out, oh wait, this is exactly who I am. Never mind. I need to work with this instead of assuming on that, you know, or I need to work towards that instead of this that I thought I was working towards. It's so brutal, man. It's really tough. But the better you know yourself and the more honest you are with yourself, the more you kind of like know how to work with yourself, and you can unlock that kind of potential, I think. So it's good to know that whether or not you're afraid of a piece and you want to avoid it, or if you should push through, and never really feeling one way or another like you have to learn, you know, one thing or not or whatever. Did you make the canvas texture? Can I get it somewhere by them? Oh yeah, sorry Rook. As I said, I'm being really bad about YouTube chat. Yeah, just grab a camera and go down to your art store and take a photo of some canvas and then weather it. And then do some stuff to it, mess around with it. It's very simple, very kind of fun to screw around and find. Like once you know how Photoshop sort of like works, messing around with brushes and textures and stuff like that to find your own like palette, as it were, that you like is like actually super fun, I think. It's why I always recommend like a lot of people spend that time to learn the program. You can do a lot in Clip that people don't even know how to do. I think Clip itself is a really advanced tool that, like, Photoshop is the king daddy of advanced tools that no one knows how to work, but I think Clip also has a lot of arcane features in it. Like, I don't know a single Clip user, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but I don't know a single Clip user personally that knows how to make a brush in Clip. And I could be wrong. Maybe like tell me if that's you, because maybe I'm just not hearing from you guys. But every single time I talk to someone in Clip, they're always like, "Oh yeah, I found this brush pack, or I did this brush, or I used this brush, or whatever." I've never heard people talk about Clip the way they talk about Photoshop, where they're like, "Yeah, I needed a brush that did this, and so I made it." You know? I'm assuming you can make and customize brushes in Clip. That's not like limited by the software, right? But regardless, I mean, that's just a tangent that I was thinking in my head. That's the thing I think about for Photoshop is like figuring out how to weather those textures and make your own brushes and stuff. It's like really fun. It's very satisfying, I think. Appreciate explanation, so thanks again. It does make sense. Fair enough. Been doing a lot of loose mechanic and world building lately for TTRPGs. Super hoping to bind everything together in a competent collection soon, since a big part of it is like 2 books worth of stuff. Ooh, yeah. I have my ultimate goal is to create the campaign setting for my world, as it were. But that's a Kickstarter that I'm waiting a long time to do. And so right now I'm starting with the adventure. So the first adventure is coming out, and it'll have like kind of that campaign guide style thing for a certain area of the world, and a bunch of mechanical things that let players, or mechanical and narrative things that will let players sort of tell their stories and begin to tell their stories in Eldara if they want to. And then after that, you know, we'll see. But I feel like the point that I would need to make like a proper Kickstarter for a proper campaign guide, like a proper book, that is potentially years away. I see that as like you need like 100,000 subs on YouTube or something like that. You need to have that kind of reach to be able to run that kind of project from my perspective. So that's why I'm waiting and not even considering the campaign guide anytime soon. But that's fucking cool. Having a world that you're building is like really great for artists and creatives of all kinds, because realistically you can really force a lot of like idea generation through that process. That's really useful for a lot of people, and I think undervalued. I think Discord might be glitched or something. If you can't see anything in the Discord, in my Discord, you just need to react to the role in the welcome channel to help keep bots out. Yeah. Join Discord, and there's only one channel called Eldara Releases, and my guess is need a specific role to where to get it. No, so Eldara Releases is a channel that's going to have and going to house my releases. I just created a little while ago. The releases are going to be Horizon, and then a bunch of other, and the classes that are in the beta test. So right now I'm in the middle of making stuff for the releases, but that's going to come alongside with my Patreon relaunch on Friday. Oh, that's tomorrow. Oh shit. Okay, well, I guess I said I'd do it on a Friday in March. Damn it. I got a motor. Oh wait, no, I have D&D tonight. Oh shit. Damn it. Okay, well, tomorrow or next Friday, that channel will start popping with actual formal releases. The first one is going to be the Astral Knight playtest class, and then the Geminos background, and then the Elvari background as well, and then also a very early alpha test for the Astral Sage class. So it's going to be the Discord release is going to be for more like finished-ish things, like definitely beta, not alpha. I'm going to keep the alpha testing stuff and like the really like unfinished dev-y kind of stuff to Patreon exclusive, because that's going to be kind of like part of the value is the super behind the scenes, super early looks. Patreon, a lot of it is going to be my kind of like devlog in a lot of ways, and then also where I make like tokens and shit like that. So we'll see. But yeah, the release channel, don't worry, you're all good. There's nothing in there right now. World building is hella fun. Just wish I could draw my vision. I have to trust artists to perfectly and capture my vision. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, yeah, I get it. I like working with authors in that way because they know what they want, but sometimes I don't work with authors because they think too highly of what they want. You know, it's kind of funny. But I like that about authors, is they all tend to have a clear vision. You know, the difference between a good and bad project with an author is how much they respect you, I think. But that's one thing I love about them. Whether I work with them or not, I love how much they know what they want out of a piece of art. How much they have a preference and how much they are excited when they see that and are, you know, enchanted by it, I guess, when it goes through. It's pretty spectacular, honestly. I'm always very excited by seeing that process unfold, and you get to uncover what somebody's like original ideas were and how they arrived at them by asking them the whole process. You don't need a proper campaign guide. The area by area approach is great because then you're able to flesh out those specific areas. But if you release a campaign guide after the area guides, then you can put more general info in it instead of area specific. Yeah, that's a good point. That's sort of what I want to do in a way, is ensure that there is the Kickstarter. I'd want for the full campaign guide, Nick, I'd want there to be at least maybe half the content is already completely done and published, so that people can kind of like read through that half and say, oh, okay, yeah, I would kickstart the other half, sure. But not this just general theoretical promise of like, yeah, man, I'll do a thing and it should be awesome. So yeah, I mean, you're right in two ways. That's a great way of doing it. And the second, that's also the way that I'm doing it when you consider about like how to actually convince people that you're worthy of the support when it comes to doing what you say you're going to do, I think. So, big fan of all your stuff. Oh, dude, thank you. I appreciate that. I saw you on YouTube Shorts. You've been a great inspiration to start drawing again after my forever hiatus. Blue, that's awesome. I'm so honored you stopped by. That's sick. You're most welcome here, my friend. Thank you for checking out the YouTube shorts and everything. I really appreciate that. I've been putting a lot of work into making videos every day and just kind of, you know, having fun and posting videos and stuff. I have my video for tonight. I'm kind of going to be making a bit of a meme from stream yesterday. If you guys were here for the book talk meme talk yesterday, that's going to be my video tonight, is me talking about what we were chatting about for when I draw muscular women. But yeah, I've really been enjoying making the shorts and stuff. It's been really fun. So I really appreciate you checking them out and supporting it. That really is pretty amazing. And that's awesome. I'm really glad to hear when people are jumping back in. Especially that really means a lot to me personally, Blue, because I took a very long hiatus from my art. I've never really told my story like that on YouTube or anything like that, but people on stream know. But I basically took like almost 7 or 8 or maybe a long time. I took a lot of years off from art for various reasons. My life kind of got in the way, and I let far too many things stop me from making art. So for me, one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life is try to reinvigorate and reset and get back to a place where I can make art again. And streaming and making YouTube shorts and videos and everything I do that you see, all of this is part of that for me. So that's really great. That's really, really fucking great. If you're back in it, that's so super dope. You have no idea. That's so fucking sick. Tomato emo. Wait, what? Muscular woman? Yeah, that was the TikTok for tonight, or TikTok and short for tonight. I don't usually work ahead on TikTok and YouTube shorts. I usually edit them like the hour that I post them, so I just make it part of my daily cadence. Because I don't want to think too hard about them. I just want to make them kind of fun and dumb and whatever, and just like have fun with it if I can. But that one, since we were talking about it yesterday, and I had some time last night, extra time, and I knew that I might not tonight because I'm playing D&D. I decided to edit that video. So I have it on my phone. It exists already. I just haven't uploaded it. I could try it earlier today. I don't know. Maybe that'd be kind of an interesting experiment. See how a video does earlier in the day. But yeah, that should be kind of funny. If you guys were here yesterday, hopefully you'll enjoy that. And Bluey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thanks for the follow. God damn. I was just saying your art just hits a visual niche I've been looking for forever. Really? Ooh, that's cool. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Well, thank you. I try and think about a lot of my sketch work that you see, because I don't really post a lot of my paintings, because I don't do a lot of paintings right now, to be honest. I'm more focused on concept art. But a lot of the sketches that you see are things that are inspired by like old RPGs for me. The kind of old school art that you'd get from, you know, early games and that kind of thing. And I really, really love it. So anytime somebody like really likes the niche of art that I kind of try and operate in, that's really cool, dude. That's like really, really cool. It's nice to have other people appreciate that thing that I'm like trying to go for. So it's like, oh shit, we can be friends. Okay, sick. Style is how I sort of mentally imagines my undead cleric. Really? An undead cleric. By undead, are we talking more like Warcraftian undead? Or are we talking like way grislier? Or like way less grisly? Because when someone says undead, I immediately think of World of Warcraft undead. Probably because I just have so much World of Warcraft in my life. So that could also be it. I don't know, man. But when muscular manly men? Nobody ever asked me to draw muscular manly men. Like, that's kind of the meme, right? Is that nobody ever wants me to draw their D&D character that's a big, hairy, sweaty man. I do have a couple of commissions upcoming for Dragonborn. That's kind of, sort of, maybe it-ish. No, maybe? I don't know. Dragonborn are big, manly, muscular dudes, right? One's like a forge cleric. That's fucking sick. Yeah, there's a paladin. That's fucking sick. Yeah, those are gonna be dope-ass commissions. Holy, dude. Yeah, goddamn. But I do think that I need to like formally close everything down, at least a little bit, and like only maintain people who are like specifically asking me on Discord for a piece in the waitlist. The waitlist is just way too long right now. It's like 3 months. It's just not fun for people. I don't want to make anyone wait that long, dude. Jin theme in the background. You're a perfect streamer. I listen to a lot of League art music because they let you play it, which is awesome. Riot Games letting you play their music when you're streaming, that's a win. I'm like, okay, man. I'm a fan. Yeah, and they have this thing on Spotify called their creator safe playlist, and like anything like KDA or whatever that you can play isn't on there. So everything that is on there is like completely copyright, safe, DMCA free, whatever. So like Pentakill's on there. I can play Pentakill on stream. Any of their in-game music or themes are all good. Wonder what I should get for dinner tonight before the big important super lethal D&D game. Good God. I hope you know, Ashy, that I've been very terrible as a potential prospective player for you, and I haven't done any reading back up into how the fuck to play 4th edition. So I'm sorry if I am stumbling through tonight on mechanics and stuff. I will definitely find time this weekend. Well, I won't promise that. I will, because I can't promise that. I will do my best to find time this weekend. Let me say this. It'll be a priority for me to read up on not just like obviously my class is important. Ella's making my character sheet today. I think she actually did already. I'm not sure if she sent it to you, but she said she'd make her character sheets properly and then send them to you. Because I was just too fucking busy. But for the weekend, I will actually do the full re-dive into 4th ed so that I know how to fucking play whenever our next session is. Yeah, the rare Riot Games W. Yeah, for real. If they haven't paid, they aren't waiting for art, really. They're standing in line to get to the ordering window. Yeah, and that's important. That's one of the reasons why I don't take deposits, is because if I want to change something or whatever, the only thing that I sort of honor with that is I don't change. So like I upped my prices recently because I realized just how much more time I'm spending on my work, and Steve yelled at me. So people who are, if I quoted the older price to someone, I'll honor that. I know some artists are like, no, sorry, my price changed from the last 3 weeks when I quoted you the previous price, so get bent. And that's totally fine. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to do, but I'm just trying to honor that thing. Even though I even had to, so Mr. Pixel is the next client up, and I'm working on the preliminary stages of his piece. He even offered, he even said, hey, I know you said you raised your prices. Did you raise your price from when you quoted me? I'm like, yeah, a little bit. And he's like, I'll pay your updated price. I was like, no, it's okay. Like I insisted that he didn't, but like what a guy, The generosity and amazing people that I get to work with always remind me and give me courage to turn people down at the first fucking sign of a yellow flag in the commissioning process. The first sign. And I'm pretty relentless about that. I will turn down a commission if I think that a person's going to be a pain to work with. Even a little bit, because I have been given so much courage by my great clients. So it's awesome. Super awesome. I have one that I'm kind of waffling on right now. It's a little bit, I'm not quite sure if I really want to do. I've already kind of agreed, but I'm not afraid to back out and say like, hey, upon further consideration, I'm sorry, I can't do this. But because I'm a little worried that, I don't know, it's one of those things where it's like somebody had like, it's like a weird, I don't know. It's a weird vibe. But it's a really big project, and it's a commercial project too. And I quoted them the commercial prices, which are double my regular prices, and they agreed. So it's like, fuck, man. I've done a couple of those recently, where I've quoted them like a real big boy price, and they've been okay with it. I'm like, shit, okay. Because obviously commercial work has to be different, has to be more expensive, because you're giving up rights for your work. I was wondering if any of my players had suggestions for what sort of dinner snacks I should get so I'm in a good mood when people are taking damage, Oh, shit. Well, I would make a joke about ordering pizza to your house, Ashy, but yeah. Ooh, God, that's a deep meta joke. That's not a great one. He's just gonna tip you later, I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah, that was a big influencing factor in my raising my prices, where I was like, I don't know if people will accept a price point this high. And Ella was like, the last three people you did art for tipped you like an extra 40% or whatever. You can raise your price, dumbass, and feel like you're actually sort of like doing like a decent hourly. I'm like, oh, okay. My bad, you're right. I'm sorry, Ella. Some red drink so you can pretend it's the blood of your enemies. Well, that's my Avenger in a nutshell. Riash, my cleric that I have is sort of frozen lady. She's called Chiante? Shionati? Dude, I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. I can't read silly D&D names. Not even my own characters. Shionati. Shionati? Did I say that right? Which means Snow White, but is sort of inspired by another story called The Little Match Girl. Oh, that's such a sad story. Holy fuck. TLDR, someone who froze while trying to the winter storm and trying to help others to sell matches. Yeah, ooh, God. That's such a sad story. Shionati just detonated her body before death to the Church of... Or donated her body before death to the Church of the Lantern Beacon. That's pretty cool. Kind of like a martyred sort of a lady saint type cleric vibe or something. That's what I'm getting from it. I'm not sure if that's the vibe you're going for, but I like it. That's cool. There's probably almost no shot that I'll actually get that name right because I'm in streamer brain mode. When I'm streaming, my brain is so smooth I can't read like even common words if there's no capitalization between them. I can't even read that. So I will struggle to read someone's Twitch name if they don't capitalize anything between it, if there's multiple letters. And they'll be like, dumb streamer doesn't even know how to say, you know, whatever their name is. And it's like, true, but also there was no capitals, so I'm sorry. Thought you're just taking a bit of dinner. Talking about dinner before your session. For snacks, I don't know. Ooh, yeah, snacks. I don't get snacks right now, man. I'm not allowed to have a snack. I'm on 1,200 calories a day, my man. Holy. Keep the DM
Felt
fed,
so
not me.
cute yesterday. Went out with
Yes?
a relative,
Mhm.
got a manicure and pedicure.
Okay.
And now my nails ripple in the colors of Teaurora depending on how the light hits them. 3.
I wish I could say that, cool story, but the problem is I know that if you posted that in stream topics that it'd get more likes than any single piece of art that I've ever posted in my Discord would. So that's dope, Azalea. That's fucking sick. It's good shit. Glad you're feeling fucking fresh. Hell yeah. It makes fun of bits, Azalea. I appreciate it. You can only become a cleric of the lantern by being a pair. One gives their body, one other gives their soul. Ooh, that's kind of cool. It's kind of dark fantasy shit there. I like that. One is light, the other is the guiding host. That's dope. That's really dope. Even when he's not streaming, he can't wrap his mind around menus games. Yeah, okay. Well, oh shit, damn it, not again. Dumpster can't even pronounce a regular place, like, oh god. Listen, I'm Canadian, we have lots of dumb places names here, but even then, doesn't make me have a better skill set for that. You'll have to forgive me. Yeah, I do my best, dude, but it's so funny when I misread a message or whatever, misread a word, and someone's like, didn't even read the word right. I'm like, you try reading 800 fucking chat messages in 2 hours while drawing, nerd. How do you read the 1,000 chat messages you get in a day? God, give me some grace, man. You know, I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. Had a lot of fun making the lore for the character and the entire order. The paladins of the order are like dread knights. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Dark Crusaders. We will devour the darkness so that others may live in its light. That's sick. Fucking love Dark Paladins, man. Dread Knights, that whole thing. Inspired by an anime thing. Wait, what? Inspired by Saban Aphelios from LOL. Oh. Oh, yeah. That's the guy with like 5 weapons or whatever, right? I can play him mediocrely. Sure, I could play him to
Lowly platinum level. God, I miss Fishy coming to my stream before she got a real job because I could just shit talk her League of Legends play. Like at least once a day. It was so nice. I miss that. Oh well, I guess. Friends get real jobs. Can't be goblins in your chat all day. What's that even like? I love answering the question, do you have a real job? I love it. When I go to a doctor's appointment or something, I have to talk to them about what I do for a living. You're like, so you make art. Like, do you have a real job though? Oh, geez, you tell me. I don't know, their boss. Get back to you on that one. I'll let you know at some point. Am I recording? I am not recording. I'm such a fucking idiot, dude. Oh, God, I'm not recording. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. You win some, you lose some. I might be able to rip it from stream, maybe. I might rip it from stream. Ugh, God, that's so annoying. Oh well. I didn't need to make a YouTube short out of this anyway. I can still do it. It's just gonna be annoying as hell. I'm just dumb, that's all. How dare they get real jobs? What? Who turned... Wait, whose turn it was for exclamation recording? It was probably mine, Atara. That's why I got it wrong. Yeah. Problem is I can't see that anymore because my OBS is so much more substantial now that I'm trying to do the multi-streaming thing. My OBS is like 8 more windows on it usually does. So everything's like pushed over and behind my actual Cintiq, so I don't like look up and see that satisfying red light that reminds me that I am actually recording the process. Like I said, I can rip it off of Twitch or YouTube or the VOD. It's just gonna be annoying. So that's it. I'm just mad is all. I'm the dumb one. It's my fault. Nothing I can do about it. just try my best tomorrow. God damn it. It's frustrating. It's lurking, so not me, right? Nor should you have to, Cass. It's my problem, my issue, my entire responsibility that I shirked. I need to play D&D again sometime soon. Maybe a new campaign, hopefully, even though I'm already in 3 other campaigns. There's just that one character I really want to work and play, and I'm really excited for when I finally able to play him. That's cool. What is it, a different kind of concept from what you're playing right now, or what kind of story do you have in your head that you need to tell? Because when you got that, you got a story you really want to get out. That's always kind of fun when you do finally get that chance to play. I'm really looking forward to, I don't know how long our game's going to be, but I'm looking forward to playing for at least a couple weeks with Ashy and the homies. Brother Ulnar. So my D&D group is... our D&D group that we're starting tonight is basically 3 Space Marines and a salad. That's our party. Yep. 3 Space Marines and a tossed salad. Don't tell Vixie I said that. But it's true. So, we'll see. It's gonna be really fun. I'm very much looking forward to it. Actually, never mind. I'm gonna tell her that. I'm gonna say it to her face. Is she live? Someone check to see if Vixie's live. No, don't. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Shit. My character lately is a really neat merchant's daughter who is going through her coming of age journey, proving herself worthy of the guild badge. That's cool. Monk merchant has a very good charisma and ability to just make people listen to her. Normally, I'd abuse bard builds, but I wanted her to have this sort of strong, I'm the only merchant who you'll meet who will ever have goods of quality. Everyone's inferior. That's cool. All right, that's a cool story. Try and throw that into the game, you know. Tell a story of the merchant. God, what is that story? The merchant of something or another. I don't know. It's an archetype. It's an old fantasy archetype. I like the vibe of it. The adventures had along the way. The story is told. Sort of spoiled sounding, but has a very good reason for it. That's fine. That's fine. That's cool though. I like that. Yeah, so I'm gonna be starting that game with Ella at some point in time soon. I'm actually really looking forward to it. We're probably gonna play it on, I don't know, because like we were gonna play it on Thursdays, but if I'm gonna be playing with Ashy and the crew for a while, I don't know what that's gonna look like. But at some point, either on Wednesdays or Thursday, as Ella and I are gonna start playing the game that I was building for her on her channel. And I'm almost ready for it, actually. Like, it's something I've been doing kind of in the background. I've had like creative projects that I've been kind of speaking of the Ella, give me a sec. She was acquiring supplies for me. She's been going on art supply runs. What a woman, right? But yeah, I've been doing some like creative projects here and there for myself to sort of like, you know, it's very strange, but I think sometimes for some people, definitely for me, sometimes the strategy for how to avoid burnout is to work harder and on more things. I know, doesn't sound intuitive. You're gonna have to trust me on that one, but no, it's been really cool. I've been very much enjoying getting this adventure ready, and also the stuff that goes along with the VTuber shit that I'm doing for someone. I don't know who. It's been really cool, man. I've been really enjoying just like grinding through and doing stuff and just making shit, right? And I've got a lot of stuff ready for that game with Ella. I think she's gonna have a lot of fun, and we're gonna have a lot of fun on stream. And maybe I don't know, maybe I'll be able to find people that I can recruit to it at some point in time to play with some friends and shit like that, and other streamer friends of mine. It's so hard to find people that are willing to play the sort of same kind of D&D that you're trying to like play for setting or campaign building. That have all the other qualifications. So I'm really kind of optimistic about it, actually. Totally different character right now. I'm playing my barbarian fighter dwarf. He's basically a retired soldier, and in the war he fought in, he lost his family, and now he's pursuing the orcish army that unalived them. Damn, that's pretty dark. Great race for funny jumping spider drider. Oh god, I'm not a drider enjoyer. Oh man. Yeah, especially that about drider in Baldur's Gate 3. What a loser. That's cool. Kind of like that. FYI, small streamer tip, there's sometimes malicious idiots lurking around who will be able to read lips, and if you're unlucky, make your life worse because of it. Happened to stream a friend of mine, and she got swat. Damn, dude. Yeah, I am pretty careful about when I'm muted, what I say to Ella. And usually, like, Ella knows not to call me about anything important when I'm streaming, and if she does, she'll say, like, hey, can you walk away for a minute? But I appreciate that. Yeah, it's tough, man. People are wild. Okay. Oh, I have too much undersketch showing. What's going on over here? Oh, that's okay. That was the problem. My undersketch was... I see. That was the issue. Okay. All right. But yeah, I've got a lot of world building done for that section of Eldara that I've never showed on stream, never talked about. So I'm hoping that for people to actually tune into that game with Ella and I, that it'll be kind of a bit of like a, I don't know, a bit like a new adventure for everybody, not just Ella, but also people who kind of care about Eldara related things. Maybe. We'll see. If that's anybody at this point. Oh god. Should I feel concept dumping and very much get into a vibe around streams like this? Yeah, it's fun, right? I don't mind. Dreads give me the chills, right? It's so Monka. I'm not a big spider enjoyer, so I typically don't. I also don't have anything similar to the Drow in Eldara. There's just nothing even like them. You can say Twilight Elves are like similar because they're like the Dark Elves, but not really. I mean, still very different, I feel like, than Drow. Drow have such like a specific vibe. The Underdark and spiders and shit like that. It's a very specific vibe. Don't really have anything even remotely like the Underdark, actually, now I think about it. It's not really, I don't know, the only place that I've needed to put that narratively in. I try to include things just because they're in D&D. I think that's a great way to, like, forgo all of the trying to do interesting design stuff that I've been talking about. And just, like, D&D has it, and therefore Eldara must have it. How to make a mediocre campaign setting. Starting instructions go. And that's like kind of it. That's some aggressive shadows here, man. On the undersketch. Gotta fix that all up, man. This whole faction of Driders ran from Illith and went to the overworld. They lost their blessings and mutated, becoming races of light. Interesting. Joke's Driders are Arachnin are meant to be reflections of wood elves. Portrait, the one you did for Mossy Sock, seemed quite different in a good way. Like different from the norm or different from each other, Guapo? Like from like a new sort of style of portraiture, or do you mean they're just like diverse amongst my current sort of works? Because either way, that's dope. Yeah, from the norm. Oh, I see. The facial features look somewhat more fluid, and the hair is very different. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to improve at those still. So, thanks, man. It's very encouraging to hear. I appreciate that. The one I did for Mossy Socks, I'm still not entirely proud of, but I could have done and should have done more on it, but whatever. People liked it. There's a certain level of forgiveness and grace to be applied to your art. I think that's important. So, and try and extend that to myself a little bit more often, even if I'm ill-content with things. Portraiture like this is really nice, though. It's really fun because I don't have to worry about a lot of design things. It's just like a lot of really concise practice. And I think this might be the type of thing that I started, like, I might move exclusively to taking these kind of commissions for a while because of how much easier it is to kind of like do a bunch of projects like this. This takes me like a couple of hours, like, you know, 3 to 5 hours maybe from design to, you know, of stream time, a little bit less from non-streams. The only thing that's hard about these, though, is I don't usually advertise that I do these for people because I only take them request style. So there's no revisions. There's no... Someone has to really have faith in my design and have faith in their ability to tell me the kind of character they're looking for. Otherwise, I guess you just, you know, blew $80 or whatever, you know. Okay, hold on. Let me get through this real quick. Let me speed read. I read that as handsome flute, not handmade flute first. That's pretty cool. That's a good story. I like it a lot. It fit his aesthetic very well. There's something lithe, woodsy, and playful about these two. Alright, well, fuck yeah, man. Yeah, sometimes those kind of qualities I'm happy for, obviously, but I don't necessarily understand the construction of them. So I just kind of have to, like... Yeah, like acknowledge something is different or whatever, and then try and kind of feed into it a little bit more. And maybe, just maybe, Guapo, I'm even just getting better at it. That could be kind of crazy too, hey? Maybe that's what's happening. It happens once in a while. I don't, you know, I don't want to acknowledge it when it's happening. I feel like I haven't really had a massive plateau leap in a while, I think. So maybe one's imminent. That'd be pretty cool, hey? Be cool to, like, track that and see when one is about to kind of hit. Trying to layer a lot more. Maybe that's one thing. Trying to be a lot more bold, a lot more fearless. And all that. Maybe, yeah. Entire circle of D&D people that wagons exist when I was introducing the group because they never use mounts and stuff, but I almost always have a wagon for my character of ease of life. Yeah, I mean, I have a whole rules thing that I built for travel. My players to make like travel more interesting, wagons, things like that. And it makes like the survival part of D&D more fun, I think. Progress from drawing hours every day, imagine. Well, hopefully that's part of it, but like the thing is, I've seen lots of people draw for hours a day and stay fucking terrible. How do I know it can happen? Because I've done that before. And it does terrify me. I see that possibility in my own art, especially when I'm in survival mode. Like, commissions are not a place that I ever want to try something new on, unless somebody like says to do so. But I won't let somebody request that from me unless I really know them well. It's like people think they want something new out of you. They don't. They want you to provide the thing that they wanted to buy in the first place. Which is fair. That's not, like, that's, by the way, that's correct. That's how it should be. So I feel like if I'm in a space of doing a lot of commissions, it's on a growth phase. But I've been trying to do both. I've kind of just been trying to do everything recently. It's a little exhausting, but I think it's paying off. I'm about to enter a very deep training arc. As soon as Horizon finishes, I'm about to go on a deep training arc for myself. So about tracking hours? Wait, what? Were we talking about tracking hours? I'm not sure what I might have said to inspire that, Thorkin. I'm sorry. I'm kind of dumb. Is the pretty elf paladin? No, it's the pretty elf, not the paladin. Chat didn't want the paladin. They said, nope, Evan, you're not allowed to draw a paladin. Get out of here. No one wants to see you draw a man. You draw pretty elves. That's it. That's it. A module I bought that added a ton of wagon customization Dungeon Delver's Guide. Super furry, but has so much neat... Wait, super furry? But... I like how I was just casually like, it's got a lot of furry shit in it, but like, it's... Alright, cool. Hell yeah. Probably misinterpreted. No, I also say things, Thorkin, sometimes, and I'll have an idea, and then brain will empty. EXE stopped responding, and so it's more likely than not my fault. Not that I can do anything about it, but I'll still eat that one. Had to come to the realization recently that I'm not accounting or for providing my own tools, materials, and gas to go do jobs. I have to really learn how to bid on jobs. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot. You know that actually happens a lot with like craftspeople, makers, artisans. So like my wife does, she makes dice. She has a dice business, and there'll be a lot of people that it's like the dice makers that will go to a market and they'll make like $2,000, and they'll have $2,000 in their hands, and they'll go, oh my god, my dice business is doing so well, I made so much money, oh my god, wow, you know. But what they don't account for is the $500 in supplies, the $800 for your table, the $600 for gas to travel, as well as accommodations. And really, if you look at it, you're kind of in the hole for like $700. But since you have $2,000 in your hands and you don't know how to manage money, you think that you're like, wow, it's doing so well, you know. It's like really dangerous for a lot of people that go do like markets and things like that. Yeah, it's tough, man, because they sneak up on you, and you're like, oh shit. Where'd these costs come from? Where did that come from? How did that happen? Who added that to the bill? The fuck? I think it's a smart theory to have. Yeah, right? Yeah, I'm gonna be doing the training arc soon though, Guapo. I'm doing what I need to catch up and survive right now and kind of, you know, keep up. But yeah, I felt recently, Guapo, this pit in my stomach. And I told Elle about this last night, actually. I felt this pit in my stomach recently that I haven't felt since I decided I wanted to start making art again. The dissatisfaction with my own mediocrity is beginning to become unbearable. That was unintentionally way too dramatic. I apologize. I swear that I didn't mean to sound like dramatic. No, but it's true. I'm starting to really sit here, kind of like, I still don't really have an acknowledgement from a lot of the people, like, I want to say, you know what? Fuck, how do I word this? I don't have any acknowledgement, and I don't fit in yet with the group of artists that I want to fit in with. That's maybe the most polite way of saying it, I think. That's really starting to gut me. I was gonna say I have been tracking hours for drawing for the last couple of years, so I have a pretty clear idea of what worked and what didn't work for me while practicing. That's actually really interesting, Thorkin. Interesting. How long take you to account for all the expenses for your craft for art? I mean, so it's at a point where the easiest way of doing it is via a more fluid sort of, because my expenses aren't that high, right?
I have a $4,000 tablet. I have a $4,000 PC. Great. And so I want to get a new $4,000 tablet and a new $4,000 PC soon. Or a $6,000 tablet and a new $4,000 PC soon. And those expenses are easy to sort of track. Things like I have a printer that I had to make a certain amount of money on prints before I could upgrade to the printer. And so there's things like that. But for the most part, it's more of a time expense for me. Because these are sort of like yearly expenses that I consider over a 4 to 6 year period, and the individual thing is just time now that I have to think about. But the time, like it's why I am more expensive than most artists you'll find on TikTok, Instagram, anywhere like that, because my time is so much more valuable because I have a project that's giving me a lot of like support outside of commissions. So when someone the nice thing is people don't like complain on prices. If somebody sees my price and they're like, oh, it's too high for me, they're usually pretty respectful. They're like, oh, hey, thanks so much. I can't afford that. Or they just don't respond. And like, great. If you don't have anything nice to say, you just don't respond. Like, I'm not mad. I just like forget the person exists. I probably have sent, messages to 30 people in the last 2 weeks that haven't responded, and I couldn't remember a single one of them. So it's not an issue at all. But no, I mean, like, I get it. I get people not wanting to get my work because it's so expensive, but I have to factor in the fact that I also have another project ongoing that is worth a lot to me. And so if I charge $500 for a commission or whatever, and I only do those kind of commissions, and so you have to pay an entry point of $500 or I won't do a piece for you, and I do that for 2 months and I don't get commissions for 2 months, that's not stressful for me. I'm like, oh my God, I can focus on the Eldara, holy shit, Patreon, I can focus on all these other things, I can make prints. So I'm not concerned about it. Now I just sort of factor in time for everything else, to be honest. It's also one of my drawings I was talking about before. I really want to draw, but I can't because I know I'd mess it up. Oh, I see. Yeah. That's one of them. I think those feelings come in waves. I can only guess it gets worse until you see a breakthrough in your art. Probably, yeah. I think so, yeah. And there's like certain things that I have that are like proofs that there's breakthroughs or not, or there aren't, and I don't see any of those. Like by a lot of metrics and measurements, I should be very pleased with myself right now, Guapo. But there's certain things that I like search for that are still not there, that fuel some of the discontent. That's the metric. That's the childish metric, Guapo. I say UC because I don't think anyone convinced someone that they've had a breakthrough they have to see themselves. Yeah, true, right? If you ever want to break down, let me know. I'd be very curious about that, Thorkin. Yeah. Challenge accepted. Fucking Thorkin. Fucking Thorkin, man. Alright. Enough of these mod shenanigans. What artists do you want to fit in with? I want to fit in with the artists that drop an end, that are the greatest painters that like in our generation, that drop their NDA projects once every 4 years and go back to the abyss and are not to be heard from again until they come out of NDA. Yep. I want to fit in with that crew. That they seem cool. They seem like they have more fun, you know? They're all really jacked. They all drive motorcycles and have arm tattoos. And that's what I want to be next. I want to have an arm tattoo.
Mood, not gonna lie, yeah. No, I just mean that there's a lot of people who are like, a lot of my artist peers are fantastic and really phenomenal artists in one way or another, but not in the kind of classical painting sense. And I really want to like get better at that. And so I need to kind of like earn my way into that crowd. And I need to start actually painting then because of that. But it's all an equation of like time, right? It's all an equation of time. It's something I really want to focus on this year is getting back into being a painter. So we'll see if I can do it. I don't know. It's the hardest skill to learn in art. So I think I'm up to the challenge, but we'll see. Could be just straight wrong and dumb, Nix. Who knows? Symmetrics are personal and objective ones can never be satisfying. Yeah. Can't deny being seen as impressive by my peers and colleagues is a big metric for me. Don't care about general opinion, but professional rep matters a lot to me. Yeah, I mean, the opinion of people the opinion of people who I look up to is very important to me. But obviously, like, you know, there's lots of artists that don't particularly care for what I do, and that's totally fine. It doesn't bother me, you know. But if I found out that like Greg Rutowski thought I was a piece of shit, I'd be like, oh no. Oh no. A lot of those guys though just like are in the corporate sort of studio world, and there's no way in. That you can't crack the code on what they do unless you're in there with them. And I don't know how I would. I'd have to like get a job working for like a big corporate client as a freelancer, like WotC or whatever, and then see about that. I just want to talk to them and know, you know, I want to know. I want to talk to the best painters, the best classical painters, and know what the fuck goes on in their heads. But I have to like earn my way into that group before I can like unlock their secrets, before they will share with me their arcane techniques. How detailed would you like me to break down to be? Because I can go from number of hours, 349 hours, 30 minutes to total to each exercise separately for the last year and a half. Holy fuck. I'd be curious about fundamentals versus personal work. Like drilling versus personal projects. That's the metric that I'm most interested in yours.
Good
hours Thorkin.
Afternoon, Mr. Doctor Professor.
Hello, Mel.
Your
What's
scientist
up?
friend is heavy as hell.
Yes.
She's forcing me to drag her into this live stream
no.
because she said, and I quote,
Okay.
her legs feel like they have a death grip on her muscles and won't let go. I just dumped her here.
Cool.
Have fun.
Well, what's up, Mel? Hope you're doing well today. I'm guessing I know the answer to that based on your TTS. So, hello, how you doing? Good to see you, Mel. What's up? What's up? Good to have you. Play math real quick. Dude, I can't believe you actually recorded all that. That's fucking genius. I wish I could record time spent on projects better, but I can't actually trust the time spent on projects if they're on stream. And because I spend at least a little bit of time on mostly all my projects if they're on stream, or most, sorry, let me try it again. Because I spend at least a little bit of time on stream for every project, there we go. It's hard to tell exactly what I am spending on projects and how to like quote a project necessarily. I have a bit of a breakdown for it, but it's just not quite
Evan,
that elegant.
What torture do you put yourself through to go to the gym? I started going to the gym with a personal trainer.
You want to know?
I legit can't walk. I have no idea how the fuck I got to the office today.
Well, first of all, Mel, that gets easier. That does get easier. So obviously, if you are unpracticed with the gym for any amount of time, even if you take a couple weeks off, you get very sore when you go back, and you have to be very gentle with yourself. Because I took so much time off in January, February because of COVID, when I went back in February, March, I had to treat myself like a little baby seal, just emerging from my fucking den or whatever, and I still was sore. I'm sore right now, actually. My shoulder, my traps are really fucking killing me because of deadlift, which is not what I expected. And back day, anyway. How do I motivate myself to go to the gym, Mel?
Implicit self-loathing. Implicit self-loathing. Yeah, that helps. A disgust for my own inadequacy and weakness. Is that... Thank God Maggie isn't here to hear that.
Mr. Greg Rutkowski.
Yes.
One last question before you go.
Yes.
What do you think of Evan Blair Art?
Oh, God damn it.
Takes puff of piper Evan. That elder lad? Good lad, good lad. I'd keep an eye on him if I were you.
Dude, you think he says that? You think so? Oh man, could you imagine? Oh man, yeah, could you imagine if he knew me? He's our Vince Guapo. Yeah, self-loathing for inadequacy. Yep. That's Yep. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. Yeah. No, I had like don't forget, I didn't start going to the gym and trying to make a change in my life until I was 300 fucking pounds. And even at 100 pounds down, I don't feel like I'm even anywhere close to my goals. I don't know. Just try and keep an ideal in the back of your head of being healthy and strong and capable and all the things, and glorify the future you, and create an image in your head that it's worth working for. Maybe I don't know.
I made sure the weights were lower than I expected, so I can survive.
Yeah, good shit.
I don't think I have ever felt my quads are so tight. I think I can form diamonds from coal. How tight they are. The BF jumped on top of me for cuddles last night, and I nearly died from the pain.
Yeah, I get that. I will like rest on my shoulder and on chest day. Ooh, that hurts. Ooh, that hurts. Bitcoin? Wait, what? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate that. Lovely design. Who's this? This is one of the innkeepers for Horizon of the portraiture I need to do. So yeah, what's up, switchers? Gentle Tender, what kind of nonsense is this? Drive harder, lift longer? Exactly, right? PT. If you want the real answer of how I motivate myself to go to the gym, I could tell you, but you might not like it.
The BF was like, I'm so proud of you.
You might not be ready for Dark Evan.
Getting swole.
Yep.
To which I said, well, that makes one of us.
Damn, bro. Damn, bro. Damn. Well, you should be proud. You should be proud. Great dinner now. See you all later. Take care, Crimson. I appreciate it. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for chilling. But no, you'll be fine, Mel. You'll be fine. Proud of you. Proud of you for trying your best, working hard, working for a better you. That's awesome. It's hard to do. Believe me, I know. It's very hard to do. Trying to better yourself in any way. That's a noble goal. It should be honored. And it's supposed to be hard. So when it sucks, that's okay. It's proof that it's working, right?
Evan,
yes.
I had to waddle to the car. Not walk.
Yep.
Not limp. Waddle like a fucking penguin to be a responsible adult. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji. I understand. Hey, and you're doing the it. Congratulations, you're doing the thing. Proud of you. I do also appreciate the bits. Thank you for that too. Yeah, shit, dude. It's actually sick. So it's on study, 803 hours, 600 hours on structure, 52 hours on gesture, 101 hours on anatomy, 40 on color. Personal project's only 109 hours. The rest is untracked or spent sketching random stuff or breaking down objects. Jeez, dude. What is that? What is that equal to daily on average? How does that average out? Because that's the god damn it. Here for some suck. A reward for putting up with my whining of being healthy. That's the reward, having to hear that alert. Okay, great. Well, the punishment more like it. No, it's good. It's worth it, Mel. It's good. Trust me, it's worth it. Trust. It's worth it. I may not feel like I'm there yet, being 100 pounds down, but I'm a whole lot more there than I was at 300 fucking pounds. Holy shit. And I might live to see my fucking grandchildren at this pace. Good God, man. Can't believe I spent so long in my life that overweight. Like, I get it though. I don't judge people for it. I try not to anyway. I don't condemn them or whatever. But yeah, it sucks, man. I feel like I'm living my life in some way now, even though I'm still fat as fuck. Atari still thinks I'm a little fucking doughboy. You think you're gonna make Force Recon like that? Pfft, you ain't gonna make Commissar. So 3 hours 20 per day. That's impressive work, and I'm really proud of you. That's what you do, man. That's what the fuck you do. All right? Hell yeah. Not gonna let anyone tell me they don't have time to, or whatever, to do their fundamentals anymore. Thorkinson spends 3 hours a day on fundamentals alone. What's your excuse? I got 3 kids? Ah, never mind. That's... Damn it!
Here for some suck.
This is also an apology for me not being here yesterday because corporate is
You don't
stealing
apologize
my
for
time
that.
away from all of you. So
The
I'm
fuck?
here, yay, hugging face emoji.
You don't apologize for not for missing stream. Oh shit, what's up, Ellie? I didn't see you pop in. Sorry. Kind of be pushing yourself skills to actively be getting better, but purchases aren't that place. Been actually trying to get better over the past year and a half. Yeah, damn, dude. That's pretty good. Yeah, holy man, those are some serious hours, eh? Well, thank you for the copious amounts of bits, Nell. I appreciate that. How dare you adult, right? I mean, life's pretty unforgiving. The problem is you either find out a way to do it or you don't. I guess, anyway. That's the way it's supposed to be. Who knows? But that's the way it feels like to me. It isn't fair, but the time is demanded. Although, you know what is fun is when you're in the process of doing something really difficult, you can kind of glorify it by telling yourself an awesome story about it. So, if you ever feel like you're, you know, struggling to find the motivation to get stuff done, to do the things you need to do your studies, whatever, sometimes it's good to remember that people, that somebody else felt the same way that you're feeling right now, and they chose to give the fuck up. And you get to be the person that doesn't. You're like, wait, that's kind of rad. You know?
It is not a matter of wanting to adult, switcher. It is a matter of simply existing so I can live long enough out of spite to prove a point to corporate, my brains, and just hitters, cool face emoji.
There you go. Fucking get it. Get after it, homie. You got this shit. You got it. But it's hard to get off the more you have, and harder for women, and nigh impossible if you have IR. Yeah, I'd be very careful about throwing the word impossible around, because I think that the story you tell in your brain is like really important, you know? And it's one of those things that, like, if something's very difficult, like extremely difficult and nigh impossible, the narrative you tell yourself about it, I think, is still kind of like important. So I don't know what the fuck IR is, but nigh impossible, exactly, right? But I think that's still like, I think that's still a bit of a scary thing to way to word it. I'd rather word the glory sort of overcoming it than kind of the odds of it not happening. You know what I mean? It's like just a small little thing for how I word things like that in my brain. Everyone's different. Maybe the idea of saying like I'm going to do something impossible is like really motivating. If that's you, like fucking get it. Like go show me your glory. I shall witness you as you perform the impossible. But I find that using that word for a lot of people is a very scary word. You convince yourself it's impossible and you don't take it as a challenge. You take it as a promise. or nigh impossible even, right? But I'm down 50 pounds from when I had my son as of today. That's fucking sick, Nix. Proud of you. That's rad. Fucking get it. You Chad, you. That's dope. That's fucking awesome. Good job, Nix. Yeah, that's a... Oof, man, that's a challenge and a half right there. And then some. God damn. Okay. Thinking of putting a light shade on her hair, like a light tone color type thing. I think I'll leave it light like this. It's kind of nice, actually. Changing my vision as we work on this today, as it goes. Good luck, Thorgan. Good luck, bro. Okay.
Sadly, I have to go be an adult again, but I will be working from home tomorrow, so I will bug you all even more. Cackle, love you all, bye. Victory hand emoji.
The problems of working in a corporate world. Good luck, Mel. Take care. Thanks for the bits. Jesus, dude, you came and just hurled bits at me for like 20 minutes. Bits I did not deserve, but here we are. So thanks for that, Mel. I appreciate it. Go have a great rest of your day. A wondrous and productive Thursday evening. And yeah, we'll catch you later. Do a little flip. Do a little flip. The little stragglers. God, I hope this piece doesn't actually look terrible. Sometimes I finish portraits on stream and I look at it the next day and I'm like, ugh. I'm just sort of like repulsed, you know?
Take the bits, you lovable bean. They are for the Ella Taco Bell fund.
It's
All
too
hail
big.
the ball.
It's too big
Okay,
already. There's
gotta
too
go
much. There's
bye.
too much in the Taco
Victory
Bell
hand
fund.
emoji.
God damn it. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Looks spectacular. You think so? Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I can't tell in the middle of a piece if it actually looks good. Obviously, I make most of the decisions that I think will make it look better, and then I'll look at it later and realize, ooh. It's why I don't like to do a lot of stuff start to finish on stream. I usually do a base scaffolding the day before, because I wake up the next day and I kind of hate something. And that happened with Endrick, with this piece. There were things about it that I didn't like this morning. I woke up and I was like, oh god, wait, I did that last night? Oh geez, that's not a good enough under sketch. And I knew how to, and I fixed up some things on it, some little things, but even then, yeah, oh man. You be careful, yo. Can't just start to finish a project. I should probably record that process this so I can include it in the finished like process videos, but man, the problem is when you have to record every second of what you're doing art related, it just gets so tedious, and I give myself a break where I'm basically, if I'm not doing it on stream, unless it's a commission, I don't record the process. I don't give myself that pressure to have to sit down and do that. Give myself a bit of an out. So I don't have to, you know, agonize over it. Nothing else absolutely adoring that. The hat, excellent, good. Hat was a later addition. Didn't give her hat, gave her a little bow instead. But I always imagine them having like some kind of little hats or whatever at the Demarian Glade that they wore. Kind of more like a uniform type thing. Chisel in the hair and how you do noses feels different. It's cute. Thanks, man. Why don't you like it? I'm trying. Noses are something that I stumbled over, and I still stumble over noses a lot, but the difference is now when I consider the shapes to create a nose,
Because before I just sort of like thought about it as a triangle, kind of like as a pyramid shape on a character. Whenever I think about a nose, or whenever I'd construct a nose, but now the way I think about it is a lot smaller, so it's more like a different shape, I guess, slightly different anyway. It's like I just think about the bottom portion of the nose, and then that like blank space where the light would catch it on the bridge until you get up to the sort of the eyebrows. That is to me I don't even consider that drawing that's places where light doesn't necessarily collect, so I don't draw it. I do a little bit of, instead of bringing the nose up, the light on the nose up, I bring the light on the brow down at the top, which leaves more room to sort of shade the nose in. But then yeah, it's just like kind of measuring the details, figuring out how the nose is kind of like crafted that way, and how to like kind of effectively or efficiently bring, you know, the different shapes and proportions that you'd find in noses of all variety into a piece. How to make them like cute little buttons for girls and fucking big old schnozes for guys to make them look more masculine. Something people don't actually like that's one of those kind of things. So all right, there's lots of sort of like biological things that are hard to like, you'll learn this shit in art school or in anatomy, but then when you say it on the internet, people are like, oh, that's so wrong. There's one thing that happens interestingly with a lot of men particularly, and I think it can happen with women too, but with men, typically guys with higher testosterone, their noses grow more for some reason through development years. You know? Why am I still rendering this fucking stupid nose? Anyway. Oops. Anyway, so when you want to draw these really masculine characters or whatever, giving them bigger noses is not like kind of like a weird thing to do. It's like sometimes a more developed sign of their physicality. Same thing with like facial structure and things like that. So think about different nose shapes. If you're trying to make them look more like kind of cute or prominent, stronger or lighter features. You know, and then also different sort of like places that you grew up. Like a lot of Slavic people have longer noses, particularly it's a feature that's like admired in women. So, which isn't very typical for a lot of places in the world. So you look at like Ciri from Witcher, and she has a much more prominent nose. And there's a lot of people being like, oh, they made her look so masculine. And a lot of people are like, I don't know, man. Have you ever met a Russian girl? Are you sure, man? But like, they think that it's more masculine because, again, if they're from somewhere that doesn't have that kind of like feature, and they see someone with a more prominent whatever they think it's from, it's like a whole thing. There's like noses, like people talk about eye shape and ethnicity and like sort of culture, or not culture, but like where you're from in the world. So Slavs versus Eastern Europeans versus like Iberians versus like Asians versus Africans. People talk about like eyes as being a very clear feature of that. But one thing that people don't think about is the nose. You know, bone structure is a big one too. Cheekbones and jaws for different types of people. But the nose is just the one people like seem to ignore when they're thinking about drawing different types of people. And I think that, I don't know, I probably do a little bit of the same nose on too many characters. But I try not to, you know. I try to be a little bit diverse and a little bit different and not have it just look the same all the time. The strong nose with the straight bridge on a woman can be very striking. Yeah. I mean, that's what they I mean, like, here, that's what they did for Ciri, is she's just got sharper features. Witcher for Ciri. You know, they've just given her, where's the fucking, is there a comparison between new Ciri and old Ciri? I don't know. But yeah, they've just given her like sort of like sharper, more Slavic features, which I don't know. Probably fine, if you ask me. Even like old Ciri had that kind of sharpness to her face, length, definition. It's all a challenge though. I still learned nose to that. Really? That's cool. Yeah, I have a very short, like,
Very short little nose. Wish I had longer features, man. I get a very large gap between my upper lip and my nose, and I think about like proportions that I would change in my body if I could. You know, my head's very wide and very kind of like compact, as opposed to the long elven features or whatever, you know. I haven't had the courage to do self-portraiture in a long time, though. I had the courage to do it in 10 years, maybe. More? When did I have to do that? When was I, how old was I when I was in first year art school? 17? It's a long time, man. That's a long time. Holy. Oof. God. I've even drawn Ella more recently. I mean, I didn't base, oh, I got too many things here. Oops. I didn't base Ella's character super hard off of her because I don't draw people realistically, but I based her paladin, this portrait, more closely to Ella than, and maybe like Guapo, who's actually met her in real life, can see the similarities. Still a little bit different, but I gave her Ella's lips, I gave her Ella's face shape and her bangs and a little bit of her nose. So I did like a reference or like a homage to Ella IRL with the portrait I did for Ella. But obviously I'm not trying to draw somebody realistically. That'd be weird then for somebody that doesn't want to, you know, sort of have her face on the internet. So there's that too, I guess, you know. We gotta be careful. The hair definitely, the lips, the eyes, yeah. Yeah, some little features. I kept certain things, everything different enough, I guess, from Ella, that it wouldn't be mistaken, but also similar as an homage to, like, Amelia Hearthwood doesn't look anything like Ella, but Ella Blackwood looks like Ella. And I realize that I'm using Ella's character's name to refer to her, also using that to refer to her as a, you know what, never mind, it's confusing. That's her character, her D&D character name is also how we refer to her on this channel. So that's why it might be confusing, but sometimes my hatching gets a little messy and I gotta completely fucking restart it. Actually, give me a sec real quick. I need to grab something.
Okay. We Gucci. We good. We chilling. Sometimes I rush the last, like, little bit of a portrait. Trying very hard right now, be disciplined. And not just arrive at the finish line. Trying very hard to control that, I guess. We'll see if I get there, though. You miss me, no worries. I bet your aim is getting better. Oh, shit. What's up, B-Town? What's good? Hitting that lurk. What the hell? Oh. Why do I even have my caps lock enabled? It'll change the, like, tracer tracker thingy for your mouse. Or your mouse. Your brush in Photoshop. Just your mouse, I guess. I don't know why I have it on. I used to not have my caps lock on until I switched keyboard companies, and then I just never changed it because I don't know how to in Logitech, to be honest. I tried it once for like around 7 minutes, couldn't find it, and immediately gave up on it for the rest of my time with this keyboard. So there's basically no need for caps lock almost ever in Photoshop. The little like crosshair thingy it gives you, I find entirely irrelevant. Okay, now we're going to erase all of that just a little bit. Now it's going to seem weird. You go over it once, you go over it again to lighten it up. Learning lower contrast is actually like a mastery technique in painting. Learning and sketching is like just kind of a weirdly unintuitive thing.
Come to spend my lunch
Hello!
with you all.
What's up, Mr. Pixel?
Praise be unto the Orbivan Bluponderivan Blorbivan Bluponderivan Blor.
What is up, dude? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. I hope you found my lore questions well. Not that I've checked to see yet this morning if you hit any of them, but I can only imagine the pages and pages of lore you gave me to peruse through. But it's good to see you, dude. Good to see you, man. What it is. I also thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. You're just being way too generous today, man. I don't deserve it. Holy. What am I even supposed to... How am I even supposed to comprehend the generosity, bro? It's gonna give me anxiety. Be as anxious as my dog is. Wow, alright, let's not get crazy here. But last night, you kept it pretty short as you don't need over 300 pages of notes. Well, I mean... I want to do like an ultra commission for somebody one day. Like spend 40 hours on a character design at some point in time. And at that point in time, I'll need like that much lore, that much whatever. Like treat it like a full professional concept art project. 40 to 60 hours. Ooh, that'd be so fun. Doing visual development for like 15 hours before you even start the first line on the actual characters, like posing structures and stuff like that. That'd be actually kind of sick. Being too little, it's over 300 pages. Oh, okay, well, that's impressive. Yep, I believe you. Based on what you've shared, I believe you.
how much that is like the family and the city and whatnot in the region. How much? Oh god. For a full concept development project, how much is 40 hours? It's probably... That'd probably be the equivalent of 2 full character portraits. 2 full color character portraits. The top end of what I do. In addition to, you'd have to also do some background development and stuff like that with it to help really make it into like a proper piece. And it'd be more of it'd be a better composition too. So that would literally be like a $1,200 project because I'd have to reserve two full 30-hour, 20 to 30 hour blocks for that. That'd be like all I would do for 3 weeks for commission work. Maybe a month if I'm doing a lot of Eldar work. So some months that would be the entirety of my commission work for. I'm gonna say at least 2,000. I mean, I guess. Well, if we're talking about going super deep, then yeah. Like, how deep would we go? The deepest would be probably. You do basically concept development for like the initial concept development would probably be like 10 to 15 hours, and then the proper development would be like another, like developing an actual sort of character concept would be like an additional like 10 to 15. And then an actual proper like painting, proper like kind of cinematic whatever painting of character. Like you would do for like a Magic the Gathering piece would probably be another like 30 hours. So this would be the equivalent of like 3 to 4 full $550. So not quite 2,000. It'd be like more like 1,600 to do an entire like month-long concept project on one character to arrive at one fucking painting. Yeah. For upwards of 4 for something so deep, I mean, that would be a lot more concept work. That'd probably be more than it would need to be. That's also US. That's a lot. So, yeah, it'd probably be for a full development piece like that would probably be $1,500 to $2,000 probably. But that would be the entirety of my commissions for like a month. That's all I would do besides Eldara stuff and stream stuff. I'd probably do concept development on that. I'd probably spend 2 hours on it on average every single day. So, yeah, that'd be unreal.
The universe, and everything.
What's up, Samurai? Hello, dude. How's it going, dude? Hey, yo, congratulations on the streams, hey? On World Building Con. Everything seemed to go really well. The guests were awesome. Chat was popping. You really put a lot of work into that, Samurai. I'm very impressed and I'm proud. Proud of y'all over there, dude, for doing such cool shit. So good work. From what I tuned into, it was amazing. It was a lot of fun. Y'all really put your effort into it, and it was really dope. So I'm very proud. Guys, able to hang out for a bit, but Mossy just started streaming, so I'm gonna bounce. Take care and see you next time. Copy boy, good luck with whatever you're doing today, and take care, my friend. Absolutely. Have a great one. Be easy. What a nice guy. Maybe mic issues, but we're happy with it. Yeah, it was awesome, dude. Plan for next year. Glad to see you and Ellen drop by. Well, I watched a lot of it. I was just drawing, and like unless I can like be somewhat attentive to a stream, I don't ever talk in a chat, because sometimes people will say like, if I say something and I'm like, yo, what's up? And you're like, yo, it's Evan, what's up? And then someone in chat will like see my message like 5 minutes later and be like, yo, what's up, Evan? They'll at me, and I'm just like back to drawing. I'm not even looking at chat, and I'll be like, yo, why'd Evan ghost me, man? Yo, why is Evan mad at me, bro? So, I watched a lot of it. I just didn't chat in a lot of it. Great talks. Everybody seemed to be having fun, relaxing. Saw some people on there I did not expect to see, so that was cool. I was a fan. I was a fan, all right. A World and Anvil enjoyer. Take it from me. I might not be smart enough to use World Anvil at its full level, but I'm having fun with it. What I'd really like to do is one of those projects, one of those like super deep projects for something in Eldara, like start to finish something that on that level. Of course, that is the time constraint. That we all realize is there with our own projects, with our personal work. So I'm enjoying something more like this for Horizon, something along these lines. Because it's much more fast, quick, casual sketches than anything super deep. Whatever. The other evidence is just, spitting you specifically in that case, or spiting you specifically in that case, definitely not busy or working on stuff and lurking. Completely 100% fully intentional, targeted as that one person in particular. You'd be surprised. So for a long time, I actually just didn't like watch any Twitch or be a part of any stream on my main account. Because I had a lot of like other small D&D streamer friends. And this is one of the most cringe things you can do as a streamer, but they'd see me and they're like I don't know anyone anymore that like ever checks to see what people are like in their chat, you know, air quotes. I haven't done that like ever, maybe, except for like a meme where I was like, gotta make sure Ella's in here so I don't spoil her birthday gift or whatever, right? But people would do that if they're small streamers. There's a lot of small streamers that I like came up with where they'd have their OBS open, they'd have chat open, and they'd have the list of chatters. And it was a thing where when you saw a new name pop on a list, you'd be like, yo, hey, what's up, guy? Good to see ya. And people do not like being called out like that. I don't like being called out like that. It's so fucking cringe, man. But it would happen to me, and people would be like, bro, I said hi to you in my stream the other night. I saw you in my chat. I said hi to you. You didn't say hi back. What the fuck? We saw you were watching our D&D game, and we stopped our D&D game to say hi to you. I'm like, please, leave me be. Speedrun, have Evan never watch your stream again, any percent. Champions right there. So, yeah. Yeah. About that one. Peterson Star just started lurking. Thanks for chilling, bro. You may thinking, Evan, thoughts on landscape city concept? City concept, I'm not sure I'd take as a project right now. Cities are a real pain in the ass, and they take a long time, and I haven't figured out a good way to paint them in a while. That's why I haven't done any cities for Eldara yet, is because I haven't figured out a way that I enjoy painting them that doesn't take a billion years. It'd be something that I'd want to do in the future, but the problem is it'd be the kind of project I wouldn't take because I'd have no idea how long it would take me to develop the skill back to do it. That could be a 20-hour painting, or it could be a 25-hour painting while I figure it out, or it could be a 180-hour painting. And so I wouldn't accept that kind of project right now, unfortunately. I'd have to like do it a couple times myself, make sure that I have a system down for it before I'd accept it as a project where someone's going to be expecting it from me and like paying me for it and stuff. So I wouldn't feel comfortable agreeing to do it for somebody unless I was like very, very certain that I could do it in like a certain amount of time, be able to quote a certain rate and whatever. And so yeah, I'd love to though. I mean, that's like that's one of the things that I want to get back to with painting is like city concepts, landscapes, painting, shit like that. Oh yeah. But cities are real brutal. They're real tough, man. Staring at a city right now, actually, above my desk.
Watch when you start doing cities and then drop it on you again. I mean, I'd be honored, sure, dude. Yeah, it's kind of thing that I this year, one of my mantras is not accepting projects that I don't know how long they're going to take me to do. I have a couple projects that I agreed to do a long time ago that I still don't know how to do properly, but obviously I promised them for people, and I've spent like dozens and dozens of hours on it trying to get it right and just can't seem to fucking do it. And at this point I'm like 200 hours deep into a commission that I wouldn't even charge the person now for at this point, but I have to finish on like honor and obligation. But I got stuck in those like literally a year and a half to 2 years ago, and I'm still kind of like trying to suffer from that inability of my own incompetence as an artist. And so one of my mantras this year is I'm not open to projects I don't know how long they would take. It doesn't matter, like someone could have all the faith in me in the world, but if I get stuck into something bad again that I don't know how to do, and I'm sitting there struggling through it over and over and over again, and I don't have the freedom to struggle through it on my own piece, and I have to do it on someone else's piece, which requires a certain level of finish and quality and, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? I have to not this year until I like know that I can do something. So, you know, I appreciate the vote of confidence and whatnot. It's like one thing that I'm intentionally saying no to, is I'm like trying to be very good about that, so I don't get stuck into the like overwhelming anxiety of like, oh fuck, this person's been waiting for 2 years for this fucking project and I still haven't done it. I'm the worst person in the world, you know. You got architecture examples by region and culture, right? Not as many as I'd like. Yeah, I've got a few. We've done a couple of days like that on stream. But if there's one thing I've noticed that like this stream does not like, and it's architecture design, so I don't do it on stream. So that's the kind of thing that like basically there's a whole bunch of stuff on stream for projects that people generally like this for streams, right? And that is like characters. People generally enjoy characters. So, landscapes are great. And occasionally some light concept. But this has a timer on it. You can't exceed the timer. Things that like people don't really love for stream, so I don't stream there, or I don't stream this shit. This shit is maps. People don't usually love watching maps. And by the way, if you love watching any of these things, that's great. Fucking love you. But I'm just talking about what I've noticed from. I try and listen to you guys and listen to your community, or listen to your community as a streamer. You know, maps, deep concept, which is everything basically that extends on the timer. That is a long, deep concept piece. And monsters don't really do all that well. People usually aren't excited about that. And what else? Maps, monsters, deep concept, and culture development. That's slightly different from deep concept. You could say the same thing. And so the problem is that like when I'm on stream, I have my extra stream hours. I can do projects like portraits and stuff like that for the game here. And like tokens really are really fucking boring to watch, by the way. And so these ones I need to do on my own time, but since I started streaming like 5 days a week, and for longer streams I'm having less and less time to do this, and so this also has to share a time block with commissions and also Ella. So you know, I have to share all these projects with commissions, which are direct income, and Ella, unless I do some like let the people like sponsor a project, you know, like I have a whole list of things, right? Like a list like this or whatever, where it's like, hey, do you want to like sponsor me to draw like, I don't know, this like project or that project or whatever. And there's like ways you can do that. There are light ways of doing it, like through Patreon, getting enough people to vote on projects that they want to see done. Or individuals can just like say, hey, reserve a fucking commission slot to do the entire consortium development. But obviously that's like silly and kind of a meme. Well, sorry, not kind of a meme, a deep meme. But I have sort of joked about that in the past. But I am trying to, like, don't worry, I'm going to make it work. I'm just right now in the stages of
stumbling through attempting to make it work, but I have plans, and it's actually going to be pretty sick. So, done making dinner. How the art's going? They're good, man. What'd you have for dinner, bro?
Next, let's try heavy concepts.
Mm-hmm.
For example, how does Kierkegaard's concepts of infinite qualitative distinction intersect with the astral sage's view of existential metaphysics derived from atheistic morality?
Well, Eldar and Carl Jung and Eldar and Nietzsche were having a YouTuber boxing match later this year, so I guess we'll find out. Well, I'm not the only one spending so much time in projects, trying to get better at that too. Yeah, for real. I think architecture from your style would be fun to watch. And like I said, there's always somebody who really loves seeing the whole process and everything, which is awesome. But I tend to want to prioritize having a fun stream over everything else. And if I do like a bunch of streams for map making, and I notice that just basically everyone's like, yeah, I'll take that stream off. Totally fine, but like now I know, you know? And I try and make sure that my streams are the most fun to watch and the projects are fun to watch. And then, you know, anything past that I need to do for my own project, then I have to find time for that on my own. And that's totally fair, totally fine. You know? No biggie, no problem. So people prefer stuff where they can relate to a bit more easily. Right, yeah, characters do a really good job at that, because characters are an interface with Eldara that means more to you than than concept does. Environments and characters are places that you can relate to very easily for a fantasy world, and that's why they tend to do better. And I'm not saying that anyone's like wrong for this. I feel the same way. I prefer watching that kind of art too, most of the time. But I really do love deep, grindy concept artwork as well. But that's partly because that's like my jam. So there's that, I guess. You told me that if I wanted a token to add to the next pack, I could tell you. Could I just ask for an what the fuck is that? If it's not something that I can put in Eldara, and make an Eldaran version of, might not work. But what is that? Is this a magic or a monster from D&D, or is this a thing that I can rip from my shit? I think I can make just a general terrifying abyss creature that could look something similar to this. Or be functionally the same thing? Yeah, fuck yeah, okay. Think so. Probably. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing this is a D&D thing specifically, but I can try and do something similar in my Abyssal Monsters pack that you could use as a representative token of whatever the fuck this thing be. Otyugh. Yeah, shit. Probably. Fuck yeah. I will do my best, Alf. I can't promise things if they're D&D specific concepts, like a beholder or whatever, but I will try my best. That is the, yeah. Love to see Eldaran aberrations. there's a lot of them, I feel like, especially with the Abyss. You know? And whatever they got going on over there. Whatever they're jamming down deep into the forgotten areas of the world. Okay. Oops, there we go. Yeah, easy enough. I have to do 2 portraits for the Rokari, and I realize. Yeah, I have to do 2, because there's 2 innkeepers. And they're both adorable. I like them quite a bit. They're some of my favorite Horizon NPCs. The party didn't trust them. They just wanted to bake them bread, man. They're just really nice. The mod party, when they went to the Rokari, and they're like, I don't know why this is so inexpensive. These people are up to something. They're up to something. They're not just like naive, young, like, you know, a couple trying to run the best in they can. No, they're devious. They're here to betray you. Just a blind underground monster that's like semi-strong and could be a low-level boss. Doesn't have to be an O2, just something similar to design. Totally. Yeah, I can do that. 100%. 100%. I got you. I got you. I realized that the relaunch that I wanted to do for Patreon, I wanted to have some stuff ready for it, and I was gonna finish that stuff off tonight, but ooh, I got D&D, so I'm gonna have to do the relaunch next. I said it was sometime in March, so I could always do it next Friday. I always do it next Friday, I guess. I guess I could announce the launch tomorrow. I could do a meme. I could do an announcement of an announcement. Tomorrow, it is an announcement of an announcement. That place is just a front for the smuggling ring. I'll die on that hill. I mean, hey, look, you know? You guys didn't stay long enough to see the little foxlings running around. The two of them have some foxlings. That they have their kids with them there, so it's a pretty wholesome little place. Yeah, I don't know, man. Who hurt you, Guapo? What the fuck, bro? Who told you you couldn't trust the nice, sweet innkeepers? Baldur's Gate? Wait. Or Under the Hill, right? Isn't everyone up to something in D&D, like, sort of baked into the game? Is everyone up to something in D&D? The secret is Lord Ashton's actually the good guy and Lady Luna's the villain. No one realizes that. Yeah. No one knows that. Foxlings knew their canon race. I mean, the Rokari children. They're not actual foxes. They just call them foxlings. Yeah. Yeah, man. What's wrong? You don't like Rokari? I gotta figure out like the art that I'm gonna make for. I wanted to make a big Eldarin release concept every single month, and I took March off because obviously I wasn't trying to finish the adventure, so it's like priorities, right? Prioritize. Lady Luna would never commit a crime that you can prove, right? Listen, so here, you know, it's a small piece of like lore that no one ever like asked for or found out or whatever, or got a chance to learn. Blaze, the weird thing is, the Aerolace family trading company won the bid for Horizon. We know this. The bid for Horizon was more than the projected assets of the Aerolace family trading company in totality. People thought that like they outbid the Alabaster Consortium. So, one could wonder what sort of financial power the Aerolace family trading company actually wields. I'll throw some more details later for the questions you asked last night. I'll probably have some more follow-ups for that. So thanks, Mr. Pixel. I appreciate that. Have a great rest of your day, bruh. Don't work too hard. Catch you later. Generous donors. Generous donors. That's actually... You're actually closer than you think. Yeah, wait, that's actually... Wait, hold up. Wait, who told him... Wait, I mean, yeah, well, regardless, the Aerolace family trading company outbid, in fact, they outbid the Alabaster Consortium, as well as other parties. Many other parties. And that's why there's a substantial investment into Horizon from Lady Luna and others to make sure that it also becomes a trade hub that eventually they could run fees and taxation and stuff through. And whatever else. Tillman gives me a different intro speech. Luna has a line where she says her job is to keep the stakeholders happy, prosperous, and in line. It's clear that you don't mess with her. Did I write dialogue for Luna?
I don't think I did. I think I left that one entirely in the hands of DMs. She is a lady viceroy. She's a businesswoman, but she you are there to help her. I want the players to not just like fear her, but to like legitimately want to help Luna out. This is like a big deal for her, a big project. So I'd like to give some feedback to the Horizon module and some minor, but there are a couple of points I think you should run by a professional narrative designer if possible. Oh, really? Okay. Fuck, man. Yeah, oh, shit, we not got a chance to hop on Discord about that yet? Shit, dude. There will be discussions of the taxation or the trade routes. Yeah, there will be discussions of taxations of trade routes, correct. Lady Luna would never do anything without the approval of the Senate. That actually is a line that unironically is said in the adventure by Lord Ashton. Yeah, Lord Ashton actually does say that at some point in time in the adventure, when somebody like if you go along with his plan too much, and I had one sort of group-ish that didn't really finish Horizon, whatever. And they did say, like, they went along with Lord Ashton's plan a little bit too much. And they were like, so could we do this thing? Like, could we just, like, run this kind of thing with Luna? You know, is that okay? And is it legal? To which Lord Ashton replied that he would never do anything without the approval of the Senate. And that you assume too much. Now, as somebody who lives in IRL Naboo currently, I don't know if it's still funny, but I think it's funny. So, what's Luna's personality like? Luna is very earnest. She's very outgoing. She's very kind and charismatic. She values the people in Horizon greatly. So one thing that happens with Luna's schedule is that you can go talk to Luna in the morning, but you can't talk to her in the afternoon and evening, because in the mornings she makes sure she doesn't have any meetings. She makes herself completely unavailable for the nobles and merchant class, and all she does in the morning is go about Horizon, talking to the inhabitants about what they need and things they need to develop and stuff like that. So that's why you find her in the Adventures Hall in the morning that you arrive at Horizon. So she makes sure she spends time like that. And then in the afternoon, she has her meetings with the other guilds and the merchants and the traders and the nobles and stuff like that, where she plays politics. And you catch her, usually when you catch her and you have your secret meeting with her, it's during lunch, which is how she like meets with you for secret, is she goes for lunch at the Demarian Glade most days. And so you kind of like sneakily get in there at the same time while she's having her little lunch feast. So she's just sitting there like wolfing down food the entire time because she's like got meetings in 20 minutes basically. So she's incredibly busy, but she's very kind. She's very friendly. She's very happy to have you guys there. The project that you guys are helping her with when you arrive on Horizon is very important to her, like personally, because basically a lot of the things that Zephyrim is trying to prove would be trying to prove some theories that discredited and dishonored, I guess, her grandfather in the Archaeological Society. So she's got she's got like a bone to pick with them for kind of disrespecting her family and her late grandfather, who was kind of branded as a bit of a crazy old kook, you know, when he had like legitimately theories and was like a really fantastic, you know, archaeologist and researcher, even though he's just a hobbyist at it while he was running the Airlace Family Trading Company. Still, she's got like a real fucking bone to pick with them. And so you arriving at Horizon is her sending a personal request to Endrick Avalon, to the Dragon's Claim, for a plea for help. And so when you are the adventurers that arrive there, she's like personally grateful you're there. So she's like all on board with the players. She's so excited to have you there, and it's a big thing that like is like a big welcoming presence for Eldara. I want the first NPC you work with in the Eldaran Adventures to be somebody who you really want to help. And so with Luna, I try and reflect that in the quest and her personality for people. I think it's smart to have one ally players don't have to be suspicious around. Luna's great for that. Yeah, that's part of the point of Luna, is that you don't need to worry about her.
is that she is the person, the kind of the person you can go to and be like, hey, is this okay? What should I do? Like, where do we go? Which is, I think, good to have in a D&D game, that you have like somebody, especially if you don't know the world. If you're pretending to be a character that knows the world better than you as the player knows the world, sometimes it's nice to have an NPC that you can talk to and will help you sort of find your way. If you need to, like, you know, if you need to, what's the right word? If you need to kind of gauge how you should feel as a character in the world, it's nice to ask Luna, like, hey, what do you think about them, like, Alabaster Consortium guys? That's pretty whack. And then when you see her visible disgust, you're like, oh, okay, good, we don't like them, got it, you know? You make it legal. What's your favorite piece of lore for your world, or what's your favorite subclass you've created? Well, my favorite class and my favorite lore is probably for the Astral Knights. The Astral Knights are the first class that I've created, and they're a very narrow storyline. A very deep but a very narrow storyline. So the kind of the story of the Astral Knights and the Sages, basically there's one of the things that makes Eldara unique is the way magic works. So I think this is a great thing to set yourself apart from any kind of, you know, fantasy world, D&D venture, whatever. And so magic in Eldara works a little bit, it works a little bit almost mathematically, not necessarily, if you say it works like scientifically, it's governed by rules in a way that it doesn't break the fantasy. So the class of the Astral Sage, they will use a magic that is sort of ancient in the universe and comes from the stars. So they draw from places in the cosmos of primordial magic, and then run that magic basically through runes that kind of act as lenses that focus light to be able to craft their spells. Now, when they draw this magic and they use it, they are using magic that is untainted, uncolored, unscented. It's raw power. So it's not divine, it's not druidic, it's not fel, it's not holy, it's not elemental, it's just pure magic. It's not even arcane. It's just pure magic. And so it's just unfiltered power. And so the sages will use it and manipulate it in a way that is very interesting, I think, as far as the way you can use it for your class. They do some healing with it. They do some creation magic. They do some telekinetic stuff. They do some elemental stuff. It's just cool. A lot of it's themed around stars and space. But the Astral Sage is a very sort of wide, like, order. You can be an Astral Sage from any kind of a background. They're any practitioner of magic. You can learn from a book in your, you know, local town. Being an Astral Sage, there are great formal orders and a culture around Astral Sages, but you can also be from a local, what they call circle, as opposed to an order, where you just learn a small, like, sage circle tradition. The Astral Knights are a subset of those sages that are a group that will act as protectors and guardians of not only the sage orders, but also the ancient sort of Eldari runes from across the world. And those rune sites have connections to how the magic of creation basically works. TLDR, those runes are ways that if the Astral Sages are using their astral runes and stuff to create tiny little spells, the big rune sites of the ruins of the runes that can be found around the world. If you ever see me drawing rings, that's what it is. Those are ancient scaffolding for the creation of the world, and they carry still a great deal of power. Complete ununderstandable power, but, you know, power nonetheless. And so the Astral Knights, known as the Astari, or the Astari, if you put the apostrophe in there, they are Astral Sages that split from the Order a long time ago and took on a very, very dangerous ritual that was a massive taboo within the Order to become extraordinarily powerful. So the way sages work is they never draw the astral magics from the deep cosmos into their bodies. It would just fry them like a fucking, you know, like a microwaved, I don't know, potato or whatever. It would just burn them from the inside out. The mortal, like, casing is not meant to carry that kind of power in it.
And so when they have runes and stuff, they're more either like focusing through the lenses and then shooting the magic out, or if they're more the monk style sage, they're kind of like washing the magic over them and then shooting it back. Kind of like people have described it kind of like firebending when you like reflect the magic and shit. So you're kind of pulling that astral magic in and then over your shoulders and then pushing it out, never into you, right? Astral Knights have a rune that's carved and tattooed on their body that is just that. It pulls the magic into them, and it allows them to have access to incredible power, but it's all based around their weapon. So they're basically spellcasters, but they only, for the most part, they only do melee spells, if you want to say it like that, and it's all sword-based things. So things that augment how they attack. Some range spell type things like Apogee Tether, one of my favorite spells that I've ever made, is basically Death Grip from World of Warcraft, where you, if you don't know what that is, you sort of cast the tether on somebody, and if they fail their save, if they're within 30 yards, you, like this like starry constellation forms between you and them, and you rip them over, and then you can make an attack against them, and if your attack succeeds, they fall prone. Which is really cool. It's like really cool, like visual as well. But Astral Knights are very cool. They're very powerful. They're very like, you know, fun to play, I think. And so mechanically, they're one of the favorite things that I've made. But also just like visually and conceptually, the Astral Knights are very, very intense. So part of this whole thing about why it's a taboo to bring like astral magic into your body is that it has a very high chance of fucking killing you. And it does for a lot of the Astral Knights. So the Astral Knights basically have this like, you know, this entire vibe to them of this sort of intensity that you'll find. So they have to use this special style of metal and sword to be able to properly use their weapons or their weapon skills. If they use any kind of type of like regular sort of steel, it'll just have a high chance of breaking the weapon because it just can't support it. So they have to have this tradition of a guarded secret of how they forge their steel to make their weapons. Your sword is your life. If you don't have your sword, you can't use your spells. Don't fucking lose it. You always know where your sword is. You're hard to disarm, things like that. But the knights are very much, they live in this like secluded fucking valley. It's all dark and mysterious and spooky, and people consider them very kind of like kind of othered and outsider. They're more feared than they are respected, but those who sort of like are, you know, adherents to the ancient ways of respecting the monuments or sage orders or whatever, they don't like, they view the Astral Knights as the heroes. So the one thing that kind of makes the Astral Knights not really that like much of a fun trip, I guess, is that for aspirants that become Astral Knights, you have to basically be selected from one of the sage orders. After you've demonstrated a certain potential with the charisma-based sage casting, as opposed to the int-based sage casting, so rather than using your little gadgets to draw magic from the universe and then shooting those out, you have to be the kind of sage that draws it over you and like can like you have a very like strong spirit connection to the astral cosmic energies. And past that, then you start training as an acolyte, an apprentice, a squire for these Astral Knights. And a lot of them don't make it. A lot of them, you know, bow out or to like if you bring in 100 sort of younger astral sages, maybe 10 of them stick around, you know, or whatever. They're also very choosy pretty early on. So they don't even bring them to their order hall until they're like pretty locked in. And at that point in time, your identity is not stripped from you, but you are indoctrinated in this order in a way that you are sort of like, this is your culture now. This is who you are. You are an astral fucking knight. You are a member of the Astari. And so the whole idea of like individuality for player characters doesn't really line up. That's why I said it's not a very wide story. It's a very deep story. So people say like, well, can I be an Astral Knight that was a circus performer? No, they wouldn't have taken you. Okay, can I be an Astral Knight that uses an axe? No, they all use a longsword. Why? Well, they've been training their martial techniques with the longsword for 1,000 years. And they're like, well, what if I want to use a great sword, or sorry, a great axe? And my response is always, as an Astral Knight, you wouldn't. So it's more of a hero class. It's for people that really want to tell the story of an Astral Knight. It's not for everybody. They don't multi-class. They don't do any of these things. But once you are sort of selected and you are going through the process of being an astral knight and you're sort of learning how to kind of like fight like them and stuff like that, you eventually have to go through your selection, your ascension ritual, whereby they basically tattoo this rune on your body and open you up to the astral aura and put you in a room with a bunch of other aspirants. And they leave you there for a couple of weeks. And all you have to do is meditate your ass off and hope that you don't die. And most of them do. Most of them don't make it. So that's why they're viewed as very intense and kind of dark, is because a lot of the like astral sages, when they send their young sages that are like full of the most potential to this order, a lot of them don't come back, and they're like, that's not cool. So there are some sage orders that will not send their students to the astral knight, training or whatever. Ira Draws Things, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Your Twitch, love your TikToks. Oh shit, really? Holy shit, thank you so much. That means the world to me. Thank you. I was in the middle of storytelling for something, so forgive me for getting back to that real quick, because I wanted to make sure that I finished this. But thank you so much for stopping in. I'm really honored. Yeah, dude, that's actually dope. Thank you. So a lot of them view that as like an unnecessary sacrifice. Part of the sort of the story of the Astral Knights is that as you get further and further on into your story as an Astral Knight, you understand basically, without spoilers, you're protecting a secret. You're protecting knowledge, you're protecting something that matters. And so when you think, well, why do they have these people who are the most hardcore, intense, elite, obsessed, maybe even zealous, dark kind of like fighters, like this ultimate kind of like knight order, why are they so intense? What gives them rights to sacrifice these like kids that want to be knights at this like dangerous ritual? It's a taboo. No one should be doing this ritual. Until you find out what that secret is and you understand, there's very few people that understand this. So when you talk to like the head sages of the orders and you're like, we're not going to send our young aspirant or kids to be aspirants there, are we? And they're like, yeah, we are. And you're like, how could you be okay with that? Sacrificing, like, we're going to send 10 and 2 of them are going to survive. How are we going to be okay with that? And if you're sort of at that higher level and you know the importance of the work the Astral Knights do, then the sage masters of the orders are kind of like, yeah, well, can't tell you why, but it's worth the sacrifice, so we're going to do it. So the Knights are a very deep story that's very interconnected to the realms of Eldara, to my specific setting, and not just the fantasy thing in general. So that's why they're my favorite. That's why, like, visual development for them is also really fun. Everything about them is very intense. The paintings, the little concept pieces I've done of them, even the most recent character that Ella is playing in the D&D game that we play on stream, upcoming, in the next little while here. This is her character Alicia, who's an Astral Knight. And so she's gonna be telling like a very deep Astral Knight story, and that's her apprentice Eve. That's her squire right now, is a young aspirant who's gone through the Ascension and is now learning how to be a knight, just like her master. So Ella's gonna be telling the story of this deep Eldarin kind of like tale, which is gonna be really cool. They're like everything I love about paladins, but they're magically connected to Eldara in a way that you couldn't necessarily play an Astral Knight in a different setting. You could, but you'd have to explain away some magic and stuff. That's totally fine. But the progression of the class is directly tied to the narrative. It's my favorite story and favorite lore that I've written, and some of the favorite art that I've made, because it's one of the things that I think is actually really unique to Eldara. So that's why I love it so much. But the whole Knight's story and mechanics and class and everything, it's definitely not for everybody. I get a lot of pushback on people being like, well, I want to play something different. I don't want to be told what to do. I don't want to be told how my character feels. And I do say in the class, on the PDF that I'm currently turning into a full like proper class thing, there's a section called Playing an Astral Knight. And in that section, I say, look, this is all the things that's intended to go with it. All these restrictions are supposed to help build identity for Astral Knights. But if you don't like any of that in your home game, don't use that shit. Do whatever you want, dog. Have a great game. If you're playing a canonical Eldara game, those things are important for a reason. If you trust in the story, that's great. And if you don't care about that, and you don't trust in the story, then whatever, But because I'm obviously, I have to trust in my own damn story, I'm very excited to tell the story on stream. I've had a couple people play Astral Knights. Guapo, one of my mods, played an Astral Knight, as well as Ella. And I'm really excited to keep going on this character's story, because we're going to take her somewhere completely different. That's going to be kind of wild and pretty rad. So I'm really excited for that game, to be honest. Like,
I kind of can't wait. But yeah, so yeah, Astral Knights and the Astral Sages, the Eldari runes, Astral Knights, the whole thing, the Eldari rings, the ancient Eldara world, whatever. My favorite stories are the ones that I feel like are the most connected to my setting, as opposed to the general fantasy things, because I want to do different things with fantasy as a genre that I think we aren't doing anymore for some reason as fantasy writers, developers, authors, whatever. And it kind of bothers me because I'm really bothered by that. But when I do things, I need to balance it. I need to balance the weird shit I want to do that's kind of different and experimental with the things that meet expectation. And the reason why this is important is because if I say, hey, come try my dumb D&D adventure, and it's completely weird and out there and experimental, some people are going to try it, but I think a lot of people are going to be like, it's not really like what I like about fantasy, so no, get bent, screw you. And that's totally fair. But the thing is that I'm trying to balance then meeting expectation with doing weird, different, like kind of more experimental storytelling. And so Eldara, specifically the world that I'm developing right now, Teleria, which is one of the realms, is your sort of bread and butter fantasy. It's supposed to feel the most at home for new fantasy players that are giving my world a chance. And then after that, the stories, this will be more and more, I think, I want to say interesting, but they'll be more and more like experimental in fantasy and trying different and cool things. And the Astral Knight and the Astral Sage and the Eldari runes and things like that, to me, is the first kind of like introduction to Eldara as a whole, to the world at larger, rather than just the fantasy things that you like in tieflings and dwarves and elves and dragons and whatnot. And it's the kind of thing that sort of feels a little bit sci-fi-y in some of its like story beats without going into the realm of science fiction. And that's why I kind of like it too, because it's more about... I don't want to spoil too much, but yeah, Astral Knights, Astral Sages, that whole thing, the class, everything about it. It's my favorite shit. I gotta do more art for it though, because the class is about to get released. I'm about to drop the fucking class for the Astral Knight, at least the beta for them. And they've got some pretty cool things they can do. They can parry spells, like the way monks deflect missiles. What else can they do? They can like absorb magic items into their armor. I mean, I just think that if you're curious, if you want to go see what the Astral Knight class looks like right now, you can go see it in its most recent iteration, which isn't completely a mess, but it's in the Eldara development mode. So Eldara releases, this channel will be all of the content that I release for Eldara in beta and beyond. So like full classes, full things like that. The dev mood is where I post the work in progress things. So if you scroll up far enough, you'll find the Astral Knight in its most recent iteration. If you want to see the way that some of the like, oh god, you guys post a lot in here. If you want to see some of the way that like Steel made, one of the guild members, Steel, made this, where they like formatted the current stuff like a D&D sort of homebrewery thing. So like the Astral Knight sort of exists there in this form, if it's kind of fun to look through. But yeah, it's a very narrow class that I don't know if people are really gonna like. It's meant for people who are really enthusiastic about that specific storyline in Eldara. And why would I spend time doing something that's so specific for so few people? And the reason is because my wife wanted to play one. I wouldn't spend so much time on such a narrow specific story that not a lot of people are going to be interested in if Ella didn't ask to play one. But since Ella asked to play one, this was her first Astral Knight, Charlotte. And then her second Astral Knight that she's playing in the new campaign. Yeah, she loved it so much she's playing a second one. That's why I spend so much time doing it, is because that's like, if Ella wants it, Ella can snap her fingers and command anything be developed ahead of anything else in Eldara. If she shows interest in it, man, she gets it. Because that's why I started this shit. Is I started it for I started making a D&D world for Ella. So whenever she wants something in the D&D game, if she's interested in something, I'll smash right into that concept. Billable Live, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. All right, Lord Dump over. I bribed myself with chocolate. You're welcome. Thank you, Ashley. Appreciate it. Yep. The adventures arrive with an introduction letter from Ender to Luna, because I already wrote one. Yes, they do. Well, no, it's not. Yeah. Basically, more or less, the letter is, "Hey, these adventures are cool, and don't get them killed, please. But they should do what you need for me. So, more for you."
Lore pivot. They send all the astronauts that think an axe would be cool to the front lines with a mundane axe that has had the light cantrip cast on it. Oh no. Is that the pivot? Is that the secret lore? Okay. Love lore drops more okay, oh shit, okay, cool. Sometimes I go into the monologue on stream if I need to like stretch my arm out or something for a little bit, so I worry. Forgive me. Steel's great, yeah, and I mean, then Nick made a Pathfinder equivalent of it. Yeah, it's fucking sick, dude. I'm excited to see what you guys do with the full thing once the astronaut is properly released, because the Pathfinder thing is like really cool. If you're a Pathfinder player, Nick ported a lot of the astronaut stuff into Pathfinder, which is unbelievably dope of him. I was really impressed. Your character thinks an astronaut with an axe would be cool. Absolutely fantastic. We were running low on bodies for the front line. Oh no, not the front line. They just send you stand guard over the Hell's Portal, cosplaying as Doom guy. Yeah, I mean that is tough to say to people. Like astronauts don't, but I think it builds like a lot of D&D players don't understand why I would do this, because they're used to everything being a tool to help them express themselves in D&D, which is totally fine, totally fair, totally valid. But there are some stories that I think are better if they're a little bit narrower because they have more of a sense of identity. It's kind of like the Custodes in 40K. You know, the astronauts have a terrifying reputation. Like that they don't lose fights. And people are like, oh, well, like what about fallen astronauts? What about dark astronauts? And you're like, nope, don't exist. You're like, what do you mean? Why not? Surely you can't tell me that like there's never been a fallen astronaut. And it's like, yeah, what does that tell you about them? To me, that just adds to the like mystery of, wait, why are they so intense? Like, what the fuck? I think of them more as a narrative device like the Custodes are in 40K, where they're these like, they are so terrifying because they have this like reputation. And so you build a reputation like that. Like a lot of the stories in world of astronauts go something like a local warlord took over an Eldari rune site and executed a bunch of sages that wouldn't teach him how to use astral magic. And then 2 astronauts went and killed everybody. They went to their camp and they just dispatched the entire army. And you're like, what? How does that work? That's not fair. Yeah, it's the point of them, is they're supposed to have that intense reputation. Their reputation is to the point whereby in the modern day of Eldara, if the astronauts show up somewhere, people who know don't like mess around. So, you know, there was like recently in the story, the most recent sort of public display of astronaut influence is there was a I guess a pivot in a local ownership of a dukedom that then attempted to apply taxation onto anyone who traveled through that zone, that dukedom, but it was often used by astral sages to pilgrim through different rune sites. So 2 astral knights, not even full astral knights, but a knight and their apprentice, went to that duke to pay them a visit, to which they sat there screaming at their guards the entire time to, you know, fight the knight, as all the guards just kind of casually whistled and looked the other way, while that knight just casually went over and took the duke's head, and then instructed the next duke to make sure the trade route stays open, you know, free from taxation, whatever. The pilgrims are allowed to, you know, go to the rune site. So the reputation of the astronauts is part of the story of them, and why they're the way they are is sort of part of the story of them, and kind of built a bit into the class, I think. Maybe I hope the restrictions are helpful. Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I'm a terrible world builder and terrible designer. We'll find out. I think it's important to make statements because challenging people think about it, because I love the premise of a player going to their DM and asking to use an axe, the DM having to consider why you use swords only, and maybe their world lets them have axes. There's also no legends or stories of an astronaut falling. They never fall as an in-universe statement, not an out-of-universe statement. I mean, sure, yeah. Like that's the thing. If someone wants to tell the exception of the story, if you want to tell a story about in your Eldarin campaign about a group of fallen astronauts and you have to go hunt them down, that's great. But it's more interesting if it doesn't ever happen. You know, it's the unique thing that has happened in your story. But when I build the world, I set the rules, not the exceptions. You know.
And I mean, part of it also is just like building that identity in, you know, like if you want to be an astral knight with an axe, like I don't care obviously what you do at your own D&D table in your own home game. I'm not going to sit here and get butt hurt, but will I ever tell a story about that? No, because it doesn't fit and build currency towards the idea in the way that I find productive. So love a little thought into storytelling. This is why I love D&D. I know D&D is great, right? This is homebrew class you're making. It sounds really cool. Yeah, it's all homebrew. Everything I do is, so I use D&D basically as a tool for my world building. I don't world build for D&D. By that I mean that I will use D&D as a tool to play through the setting, as opposed to making things that fit into D&D classes and D&D gods and D&D things like that. And I'll use those mechanics when they're useful, like spellcasting systems, the adventure game and things like that, and classes, versus like enforcing that everything that I do or make has to then relate back to the D&D sort of sphere in one way or another. But no, it's all homebrew for the classes and stuff, and the lore has to be disconnected in some way. So, because yeah, that's exactly it. You setting the rules gives people a specific message. It's akin to druids won't wear metal armor, not can't. They're not allowed to, just a druid wouldn't, except then it becomes a mess with the multi-classing comes in. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Ah, god damn it. Yeah. Right, and so that's the thing. Like when if somebody asks me like what the reason is behind a narrative choice, like I can tell you the in-world explanation, but for some people that's not good enough. Like the fact that astral knights only use longswords. The in-world explanation is that because they have developed their martial craft to a point with the longsword that they think they have perfected combat, and that they don't think that there's any other weapon or any other fighting style that can possibly compete with their thousands of years of brutal militaristic training and development in the art of war. And they think they found the ultimate, which is the longsword techniques that they've developed. They think the longsword is the perfect weapon, which has some historical basis too. But even in that, so it's like you ask any astral knight that exists, and by the time they are sort of so indoctrinated and so like signed up for the order that they have gone through their ascension, been willing to die for their order, most likely, and now they carry the burden and the weight of the souls of their other aspirants that died with like, you know, with their ascension. You ask that astral knight, hey, is there anything about your order you think isn't the greatest or doesn't have, you know, hasn't figured out? You're gonna get a glare, you know. So yeah, you wouldn't want, by the time you're a level 1 astral knight, you don't use axes, you don't use spears, you don't use maces, you don't use clunky, you don't use daggers, you don't use shields, you don't do anything like that. You use your religious implement, which is your longsword, right? It's partly a religious type thing for the astral knights. Like they use this sword because that is what we have done for 1,000 years as astral knights. And so it brings into question the ancient Lumari as a story, who were the sages that became the astral knights. And while they were experimenting with weapons, they had different sort of individual combat. And before the whole order sort of like uniformized or whatever, standardized, you had Lumari with spears and with like, I don't know, sabers and weird swords and, you know, whatever it is, man, katanas or some shit. But as the order perfected war over 1,000 years, they decided, no, we only make longswords. That's what we do. And we only have one smith, a master and an apprentice. Like, so one guy that does all the actual sword making. And that dude's like our sword priest. And if you try and ask him to make anything but a sword, you better not, you know? So, Jay, don't use light battle axes, like heavy theming. Yeah. Well, part of it also is the theming of it. Like, so the out of world reason for it is also that uniformity provides confidence that develops currency towards future stories. So they all just think that that's the best way to do it. Well, that shows an immense amount of confidence in the use of longswords, and there's the story to back it up. Because if you say to them, oh, what about the sword masters of the Relic Coast? Can't they best an astral knight in one-on-one sword combat? And the answer is fucking no. Like, that's the problem, is that they're also just the best they're just the best at fight of anybody in in Teleria at the very least, which is kind of maybe an allusion to the future campaign with Ella. They are the best at fight in Teleria. And so you'd say, okay, well, then why don't they just fight? Well, they don't fight because they're supposed to do something. They have a mission. And you're like, well, why are they just sitting in their fortress all day, not doing anything? Great question. You should play an Astronaut and find out. It's because they're guarding a secret. Sky Knight versus Astronaut. So the Sky Knights are a similar vibe as far as their brutal efficacy, but the Sky Knights. So the Sky Knights and the Astronauts actually do have a mutual respect. The Aldarian Knights are one of the only orders and groups that actually has like a good amount of respect from the Astronauts. So they have been like, no one has ever set foot inside of the Astari Temple besides an Astronaut aspirant or whatever, with the exception of the Star Speaker. But the Astronauts but the Sky Knights would be like maybe one of the only people they'd be like, all right, yeah, you can come over. Because the Aldarians, they're also very intense in their training. They're very practiced and very military and whatnot. But no, if you mobilize the entire Aldarian order, which is much larger, there's like a couple thousand like Sky Knights versus the Astronauts. There's like a couple hundred Astronauts. If you mobilize the entire Aldarian order against the Astronauts, it wouldn't even be close. As a fight. So part of that idea of like, well, who are these unparalleled combatants that just sit in their black stone halls and wait for people to like mess around with their runes? Because the Astronauts aren't inherently evil. They aren't inherently good. They're sort of neutral. They are good, and they are told that like if you're on your adventures and you are pursuing a job or an order or a mission for the Night Order, you're off doing things in the world, and you have an opportunity to protect and preserve life, you have an obligation to do that. It's part of your oath. But at the end of the day, your mission is more important. And so if you have to let an entire, country of innocents burn to protect the rune site that you're protecting there, then it weighs heavy on your heart, but it's not even a question. So some people think that they're kind of brutal like that. And kind of unforgiving, and maybe even have a bad reputation in through certain places in history because they've chosen their mission and their order in preserving and protecting the rune sites and the sage orders over preserving and protecting the innocents. But they're never afraid to throw down. There's basically a vibe that like everyone and every power structure in Teleria exists because the Astronauts allow them to, kind of vibe. But they don't involve themselves at all. They're secluded. They're completely sequestered from the realm, from the rest of the realm, and they only emerge typically when there's something they have to go do. And again, that to me sort of gives it that kind of Custodes mysticism of like, well, why are they just sitting at home? What the fuck's going on over there, right? I think having strong opinions can inspire players and DMs to have their own opinions, which they might not have if you hadn't restricted them. You could say, let's run a game before they had decided on a weapon. We're still perfecting and experimenting. Well, that was sort of supposed to be what Path of the Lumari was going to be for Fishy. For this screen, this was the D&D screen or intro screen I had for... Oh. Nope. Where is it? Does it not exist? Okay, I think I killed it. Regardless, the game was called Path of the Lumari, and so Fishy's whole thing is that her character, and this was a mistake on my level, I shouldn't have done this, but part of Fishy's whole like vibe for her character. Why my recording window reset? What in the fuck? All right, I'm not gonna worry about it. OBS has a ghost in it right now. Anyway, part of the story she wanted to tell was an astral knight that was like disconnected from the order. Yeah, I'm not recording because I for some reason see my camera on the record. Like, what? Oh, I get it, because it moved to, I changed scenes and it automatically changed to the gaming scene. That's right. Now I know what happened. Anyway, Fishy's story of Runa was supposed to be an astral knight that left the order, which is like unheard of, because she found and is pursuing a mission and story that is of the Lumari, the first like pre-night sages. And so that was supposed to be the grand story that she was pursuing. Is that a great story that I should tell on stream? No, it was a terrible idea, because a lot of people thought that that was the standard. They're like, oh, well, Fishy's an astral knight and she has a spear. And it's like, well, that's the exception, because she's not an astral knight. She just used the astral knight class, and here's the story. But if you didn't know the backstory, you would think, oh, well, you know, all I need to do is just be a hot dog girl, and I can apparently, you know, have my anime storyline, just like Fishy did. Which isn't entirely wrong, but... But no, the exceptions I think are very interesting, because the rules are so set, like, are so hard and calcified in the world building. And so if I don't enforce those rules, then there's playing that story that Ashley suggested of a Lumari, a pre-Astral Knight time period. It's just not interesting, because anyone can be interesting. Anyone can have an astral bow or whatever. I don't fucking know, man. But if you're like playing through that storyline, but from prehistory or whatever, then it's more interesting. I think if I make sure that history itself contextualizes it as interesting. Would cool to see where Fishy's character story went. Yeah, I mean, so she was going to tell her that game was going to tell a very, actually like an unreal deep and like lore heavy spoiling Eldara story. But obviously, you know, with her getting a real job and having to piece out to, you know, different hours, so now she can only stream in the evenings, that didn't happen. I'm hoping to kind of do a similar thing with Ella in that game that we're going to play on stream, whereby hopefully it'll be fun to watch and fun to like hang out for and just like fun to chill. But ultimately that game will also be very much a deep dive into some Realms of Eldara lore that I haven't ever really sort of talked about on stream, but I've alluded to, I guess, which will be hopefully, you know, a satisfying payoff to watch that game run, you know. Fori has a really cool feat that just lets divine classes use wisdom for bows instead of dex. That's true. I mean, look, I bet both the Fori players love that shit, you know. And if I added something like that, I'm sure half of them would you know, be chomping at the bit to get some Eldar classes for 4E. And then I'd have another person that's, you know, interested in my mechanics and world building and design. So that'd be really cool. Yeah, shit. I could get ones of people excited about it. Oh god, my shoulders. Oh, I set up too quickly. Oh, I adjusted. All right. Okay. All right. This part, I think it's done. Are we done? Are we good? Am I good with her? Are we good for Lady Innkeeper? I think we are. Oh, I still had an undersketch there. Fuck. Oh, around her eyes. Right. Right. Okay. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Maybe I'll fix that first before we. Yeah. All right, let me just do this real quick. Real quick. Let me just fix this up real quick. So I merge these together. Don't have two layers that I'm going to be messing around with. Listen, layer discipline is important, all right? 10 Sukis. Is that right? 10 Sukis. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. Okay, and there's some little undersketch lines that give a little bit of a deeper fill and a little bit of contrast, but ultimately I want to have on one layer, so. And then there's a little bit around her eyebrows, just a little bit of extra hatching. Just a smidge, all right? Look, I'm not going crazy here. Okay, I think she is done. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so that is the Demarian Glade Keeper. You have Roland Lembershed and Endrick. Oh man, I might just leave this as my fucking character portrait sketch for. Yeah, the old Magistrate Lembershed. Both these characters are hopefully going to be important NPCs, depending on how people treat the adventure. Oh, I can cross this one off. We got one more done. Where is she? Innkeeper of the Domarian Glade. With this terrible lime green checked off. I gotta find a different, I gotta find a different, green for this shit, but not too many projects still left on the list, right? I mean, we're getting there. Kind of. Oh, I didn't see you pop in, Jacob. What's up, dude? Logging to give EBA some more watch hours so YouTube will believe that he's human. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm very surprised as to how long you need to have your videos go for on YouTube before YouTube thinks you're a real person. I wonder if it updated today. Oh, we gotta check the poll too. Ooh, hold on. Okay, let me do this real quick and then we'll... how far does YouTube think I'm a person? Apparently still not at all, Jacob. Ooh, oh god, yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. I have 2,987 more watch hours before YouTube thinks I'm a real person, though, so thanks, bro. But that's in a year. They want 2.85 million more short views in 3 months. Whew. Okay, so wait, yesterday I made a poll on Twitter, and I forgot to check that earlier today because it would have been up. So we were going to investigate whether people wanted full-on mechanics or if they just wanted a system-agnostic world setting to play adventure in. The results of that poll are as follows. It is indisputed that the Dragon's Claim... I forgot about this. I forgot about this post. How could I forget about this post? This is the funniest thing I've ever posted on Twitter. This is the funniest thing I've ever posted on Twitter, and nobody even has an idea. Oh my god. Okay. Wow. That's a lot closer to 50-50. How much direction do you want from a D&D/TTRPG adventure? Mechanics and everything, just story and the art. 47.1% want mechanics and everything, all of it. They want class, they want mechanics, they want... 52.9% of people want just the story and the art. I prefer books that tell me what each encounter should be and a map to inspire the encounter to be more dynamic than just X amount of monsters on a flat surface. Bonus points if it's structured to say this many monsters plus X amount more for each party member or sidekick. Very interesting. Yeah, Blaze knows. Very interesting. Okay. All right. So that means that how do we take the data from that? So of the people, let's just meta and analyze that for a second. So if half of people want to do mechanics and everything, and the other half people just want story and art, the question becomes, what is the likelihood if you write an adventure that people from either one of those groups would use it? And so if it's the kind of thing where like people want mechanics and adventure versus just the art, are the people who want just the art going to use the adventure? Because this is my supposition, this is my hypotheses. So people who are voting for just the art are less likely to buy or to use an adventure because they don't need it. But people who want the mechanics and everything are more likely to play the adventure because there's a necessity for it. Is it logical to assume that the people who are there for the adventure, for the mechanics, are more likely to use it then? If the art people can ignore the mechanics more than the or more ignore the mechanics, more the mechanics, people ignore the lack of mechanics. Right, and well, okay, so you'd think that's obvious and easy, and you're because you're exactly right. What's the problem if I put in the mechanics and the art? And if they don't want to use the mechanics, they don't have to. If they'd rather just use the art, well, it doesn't change anything. There's mechanics behind it. I say, here's your goblin tokens. Have the party fight 6 of them. Here's what their stats are. And you say, man, I don't want to be part of your system. I'm an adult. I threw your mechanics on the ground. That was such a fucking 34-year-old reference. Oh my god, I'm so fucking old. Okay. Anyway, so there is a small contingency, I think, of people who will see the mechanics and go, ugh. Ugh. I want none of your mechanics, good sir. Otherwise, why would there be a market to why would there be a value in marketing a setting or a campaign guide as system agnostic? Wouldn't that just be another way of saying fucking lazy? Because you can play a D&D system that's system agnostic, you know, for a Pathfinder or whatever. You just don't use the D&D rules, but you still use the system, right? So I think that you're right, but I am just, because I agree that yes, the amount of people that are like, ooh, I don't want mechanics in my D&D adventure are a far smaller contingency than the people who don't care, like you suggested. So I think that that's kind of a bit of a, it still is worth noting, but I don't think that even though if we could acknowledge that's true, I don't think it changes anything though, right? I think we're still right about putting mechanics in. If people don't want to use it, they just don't have to. Especially if I give them permission. Especially as if I say, hey, here are all the mechanics of this adventure. The monster stats, things like that. The checks for getting through things. They're a suggestion. If you prefer to balance things yourself, to play things by ear, to use different encounter stats and make the monsters more interesting in combat to you, please go for it, do so, and give people that sense of permission. Because there's one thing I've talked about recently that blows my mind with D&D players in the modern era. It's that they need so much permission to do shit. From WotC and then by extension now me, I think. Art's great, mechanics are nice to have. They aren't forced to use the mechanics, but still have access to the art. Exactly. Make your own mechanics. Would it be like D&D, completely different from D&D? Well, they would be mechanics that would fit in with 5th edition D&D. So it would be things like saying, yeah, you know, it's a DC 20 intimidation to get these guards to stand down. Or here's the monster stats, and I'd use D&D 5th edition stats for the encounter. So that's all it would mean, is you include those mechanics and whether or not people are like, well, I don't want that in my game at all, versus, yeah, I would use that. That's what the poll was about. The poll was just about me saying, do you guys, this is a bit of a trick question, but say, hey, if I make a game for D&D, do you want mechanics and everything, or you just want me to make a system agnostic story for people? And so the trick question is kind of like, in some ways asking, why would you care if you want, like, if you just want the story and the art, why did anybody vote this? Because honestly, this is kind of silly to think that you'd say just the story and the art, as opposed to mechanics and everything. This is more, hey, would you use the mechanics, or would you just use the story and the art? That's what I'm really asking in this poll. And that's what half the people said, is basically, hey, yeah, your mechanics are cute, Evan, I'm not going to use them, which is totally awesome. If this was higher, then what I would do is I wouldn't do any mechanics. I would just say, here's your goblin tokens. Here's the map. Have your players fight a satisfying group of goblins. Good luck, you know? But the mechanics are there for people who are like, yeah, sure, okay, but like, I'm a new DM, I've never done D&D before. How do I balance an encounter? Right? Because balancing encounters is one of, I think, the most single terrifying things that new DMs have to come across. Especially if they don't understand how to balance on the fly. Right? Even now, as a veteran D&D player and GM, I still balance stuff on the fly all the time. That's the secret. I don't sit there and go, oh, phooey, I only gave the specters 30 health each and they're dying in one hit. I'll go, damn, I need to give the specters 50 health. All right, your 35 damage attack makes it look like it's pretty hurt. And then I don't have to do that all the time. I'm pretty good about balancing ahead of time, but occasionally I'll do that. And I think new DMs don't understand they can do that. So if you're kind of 50-50 at the party, fights a big slime monster here. Black puddings are good for 5e. Gel cubes are good in 4e. In a Pathfinder, you might want to use an ochre jelly, but feel free to improvise and have it be more advisor for tempo and flow. Right, so I'm actually doing some of that for encounters. So for the random encounters list, as I say to DMs, hey, if you want in the adventure, if you want travel from Horizon to Highcrest Hamlet be more interesting or take longer, here's a list of 10 non-combat encounters. And if you want to, you can easily throw some wild creatures, some flying beasts at them, things like that. Go for it. Same thing with when they're on their way from Grand Crest to Horizon on an airship. There's like a random encounter list for that, and they're usually welcome to Eldara moments. Like some sky whales come up and it's so pretty, or like you go through a sky shard storm. Oh my god, your players can collect sky shards, which are worth money. Free money for your players. Like, wow, what a cool Eldara thing. But also, if you want pirates to attack and you want them to fight some shit immediately, go for it, man. Do I have rules or tokens or mechanics or a battle map for these pirates? No, but I think that'd be a cool thing to do if you really want to have your players fight some things on the way to Horizon. So a bit of both maybe is kind of where I'm more leaning, I guess. System Agnostic is basically a novel. Well, choose your own adventure aspects, maybe, yeah. Saying it's a hard intimidation check can be a more agnostic version while still communicating the adventure. Yeah, totally. Yeah, this guy's very difficult to convince and very, very difficult to intimidate or whatever, and DM can like extrapolate on how they want, you know? But I do think about the brand new baby DM that needs a lot of hand-holding in it. And if they look at it like 20 for the DC, screw that, I'm making it 25. It's like, okay. You know, balancing encounter means you ignore the crit the orc rolls with the character has 3 hit points left. I've done that a lot actually in my like 20 years of GMing, where I've been like, this guy just got an unfortunately correct amount of critical strikes against this person. The only time I can think of that was really, really obscene Atari is when I had, it was back in, I will never forget this. It was back in 3.5. And somebody rolled 3 crits again. Yeah, don't forget, crit in 3.5 could be up to 18 to 20 if you had certain weapons or feats or whatever. I think it could be all the way between 16 to 20, but 19 to 20 was crit range back then. So I had one character get crit 3 times on all 3 attacks by like some fucking Blade Master dude, and I had to be, I'd just say that didn't happen. Hey man, oh, the second and third attack hit. Yeah, you got crit once and you got attacked twice more, because I realized that was completely unnecessary amount of brutality to just execute one of the players from full life on the first encounter. So that wouldn't have been fun. It also means the min-maxer just runs into the ogre when he one-shots the first one. Right. What's up, Standard? I noticed that your artwork all clearly depicts the intended character or creature. When I try and draw anything that does not happen, you're going to say time and practice gets better, aren't you? No, I mean, like, that's just so vague. Like that could be so many different things that it doesn't clearly depict the intended creature. That could be for a bunch of different things, you know? Man, like, that's the cool thing about art, is that it's kind of a building block puzzle to figure out what you don't get about it, to then try and go drill that one thing. So it's not just time and practice, it's also like a certain sense of adventure in your own art to try and figure out what, you know, why things aren't working to get to the next plateau. But some of it's just time and practice. Yeah, it depends on how serious you are, I suppose. Can't balance at all. One time I had a player fight a small group of Dragonborn. He fought them on his own, so I added a red dragon. Oh god. Which he too proceeded to kill on his own, so I added 2 more red dragons and a black one too. Guess what? He killed them on his own. Damn, bro. Damn. He was power gaming, but like, damn. So, I mean, power gaming's fun. But my favorite creature to find at my D&D table, which I don't ever find on my personal D&D table, but I used to run D&D and stuff at the game store that I worked at for people. So I had to play D&D with people I didn't really like or want to play with or know. A lesson that I feel like I learned at some point in time was that basically the rules didn't matter. Especially in the face of power gamers. It's kind of like someone trying to ban evade. right? If someone's trying to break a rule, but they're trying to like find their way around it. So like if you say, hey, no self promo in your Discord, and someone's just like, oh yeah, I was just so busy streaming today. Oh my god, yeah, I have so many commissions. I don't have many, like, you know, oh no. And you're like, okay, like, hey, no self-promo, you weirdo. They're like, whoa, I'm not self-promoing. I didn't post a Twitch link. There's nothing you can do. No, you just fucking ban that person, right? Intent matters. And so when I have a power gamer like that trying to like demand and demonstrate that like, haha, DM, you cannot stop me. We're used the rules to create an unstoppable force of a character. I have a great rock that always can fall. more sophisticated than a rock. Is like, I had this one player who was at the game store who was like, okay, don't worry guys, I got this puzzle down. And it was like a dark room that I created where you had to like feel your way around and like kind of feel arrows to know where to go to the next thing, kind of Pokemon, you know, sliding across the gym style. He's like, haha, I have access to dark vision. And I'm like, no, you don't. You're a fucking dwarf or whatever. I don't know, some class or some whatever. He's like, well, what you didn't read on my character sheet is this thing and this thing and this thing. In this scenario, I can cast this spell and this whatever and drink this potion. Now I have dark vision. And I remember he leaned back in his chair, folded his arm, and he said, checkmate, DM. And there was like 4 people who were like, oh. And I was like, I kind of rolled my eyes and I'm like, okay, whatever, like that's fine, like you're being cute. And then he went a little bit too far where he said, yep, another DM down in the post. Yep, got another one, boys. Got another one. I was like, okay, motherfucker. Okay. So I let him do all that and I said, okay, so you do all that, you do this, you cast it, you drink this, whatever. He's like, yep, and I can see clearly in dark up to whatever feet. I'm like, okay, you do that and you still can't see. He's like, no, like I do. What if he's like explaining to me the rule again. I'm like, oh yeah, I know. Yeah, that all works, dude. You still can't see in the dark. He's like, what? But like, I can because I have dark vision. I'm like, yeah, you do have dark vision right now, but you still can't see in the dark, man. It's terrifying. And he's like getting agitated. I'm like, I'm like, would this be upsetting for your character? He's like, yes, this would be upsetting. I'm like, okay, then make a will save for your fucking sanity. Which then he succeeded. And it's like, I've never had a problem with people who try and power game something being like, yeah, everything you do works, but it's crazy. The mind control spell on the Illithid, it just poof, just fizzles. Something blocks it. Well, what's blocking it? I don't know. It's weird, dude. It's wacky. You know, that's like, dude, power gamers are so like they're fun and cute when they're being fun and cute until they try and just like ruin shit, and then the proverbial D&D rock can always fall, you know, at any point in time. So I've never let like players bully me that way since I decided that intent matters, which for the longest time I think that I let that guide. That like, oh, it doesn't matter if they're trying to beat me or not. If they like, you know, tip of the hat, fair enough, well played. Like, you use the rules, you beat my thing. Like, I guess I am beaten. You know, it wasn't until I started playing with people at a game store that I didn't want to play with that I was like, I'm not gonna let these fucking loser nerds push me around anymore. Like, come on, man. Because like, realistically, I don't know who told me, but one of the graybeard like AD&D players was at a table where something like that similar happened to somebody else, and he was giving that other DM advice, and he was like, you know, the important thing, he's kind of like the Santa Claus like figure, he's like, the important thing to remember is that you are the master of the game, and so if somebody's doing something that you don't like in the game, you can change that. And the person was like, well, but I don't know, you know, they use the rules correctly. And I remember the guy, the old graybeard said, they used the rules correctly, but did they use the rules with the correct intent? But it was like, no. I was like, damn, I should think about that shit more, because yeah, that's right, I guess. So yeah, I mean, I love power gamers if they're having fun. Power gamers that are trying to like beat or win D&D against the DM, that's honestly like I don't like, this isn't like a power move, look how cool and badass I am, but like I have no room for that at my table. I just don't play with people like that. The second somebody becomes adversarial to the DM player relationship or questioning of it, if someone like accuses like, well, you're just trying to keep me down, or you're showing favoritism to this player or that person, at that point in time, the trust relationship between the player and the DM is broken. And if somebody loses that trust relationship with the DM, if I'm running the game, I just like, even if it's my fault, which sometimes it is, I just say, hey, we can't play together anymore. You can't play. If you think I'm trying to screw you guys over or win the game or beat you or whatever, we just can't play anymore. Like, I'm sorry, dog. Like, either the game's over or love you, bro. You're not invited back next week. Which is tough. It's tough to do. Don't get me wrong. That's really tough to do when you have to. There's almost nothing worse at a D&D table than that conversation where you have to tell somebody that you don't want to play D&D with them anymore and that they aren't invited back. Because people don't do that in D&D as in our hobby. And so when somebody does that, it's like what the fuck? Like, I'm sure that if I was running D&D at the game store in the modern Reddit era of like Critical Role D&D, I'm sure people would have like commented like, my asshole DM wouldn't let me, use my scroll of disintegration on Strad's left ass cheek to blow up the dimension, whatever. Because I found a lot of those sort of like Reddit D&D horror stories posts. A lot of them, I always kind of wondered, like, what did you do to deserve the DM doing that to you? You know what I mean? Like, obviously sometimes it is like, wow, that DM's such an asshole. But being on the other side of that equation so many times got me to see that, like, this person feels slighted, like I completely targeted and singled them out to basically say fuck you, which I absolutely just did because they became adversarial with me or another player or whatever. So it's like the whole idea of, like, this is a really interesting one that I think not a lot of people maybe have an agreement on. But like, if you have somebody who doesn't want to adventure in your game anymore, do you ever accommodate that, or do you just not? So say you have a instance where you have the original starting quest. The starting quest was to go to the local lord's house and to save the town. And the local lord said, save my town, please. I'll give you 100 gold each. And you're like, oh boy. And you go do your 1 to 3 adventure and you go find the lich that was raising the undead in the graveyard. You kill the lich, you come back and you say, well, local lord, the lich is gone. At that point in time, you bring back, you say, but he was wearing this ring very strangely. And the local lord looks at it and says, oh my god, that's the ring of the ancient brotherhood. They're back. They're going to overthrow the kingdom. You must take this ring and show the king and tell him that we are all in danger. And like standard D&D shit. Now imagine you have the player that's like, all right, what do we get out of it? And the local lord says, well, I'm sure the king will pay you well. I'm sure the king, here, I'll write a note. So the king will pay you each 10 gold apiece to go simply deliver the message. And you have your like rogue player say like, no, I don't want to do that then. I want to go take a better quest. Nope, I don't want to go see the king. I don't care about, why do I care about the kingdom falls? Nope. No, I want more money. And you're like, okay, roll persuasion. And the local lord's like, okay, all right, yes, you make a good point. I'll give you 15 gold each. Because you got a 12 in your persuasion and you're being generous. And then you have that same player be like, nope, I'm not going unless the Lord gives us more money. At that point, what do you do? And people are very divided on this, which is really interesting. My view on it is always to say, okay, so you don't want to go on the adventure. Got it. What do you want to do? And the player's like, well, I want to go take a better quest. I'm like, great. You're going to go back to the main town and take a better quest. Find something for at least 100 gold. And he's like, yep. You're like, great, cool. Well, James the Rogue goes back to the town then and finds quests and has a lucrative career as an adventurer. Anyway, hey, Sam, can you make another character that actually wants to go on the adventure? Like, do you try and accommodate and say, okay, well, James the Rogue is off, like, converting, atrocities, and you guys are off doing the king, and now I have to try and run 2 kind of games and then meet you guys back up late. Like, do you guys shove the party together like that? Or do you have more of just like a, no, dude, this is the adventure if you don't want to go on it? Like imagine that the Gandalf goes and he's like, Frodo, you must take the ring to Mordor. We must go to Rivendell, and I can't take it. We have to go shout Elrond and tell him that Arwen's really hot and her OnlyFans account was too expensive. And imagine Frodo is just like, no, get that. Screw you. I'm staying home. Close the door. Frodo, could you please make a character that doesn't want to be a little bitch about it and wants to go on an adventure, please? Right, there's a certain level of that as a player, I think you need, but I find it's one of those things that people like really handle differently in their games. Much as I like looking at fun builds on YouTube, I don't use them because I don't want any character flavor, I guess. Yeah, fair enough. The Eldritch Blasting Source Lock or whatever, all the flavor in that. Give on DMing for a bit because everyone in the aforementioned group was either metagaming or power gaming. I came back for Elder Scrolls one shot and was told I did it great. Got my confidence again, and since then I've been working on my own TTRPG. Dude, that's awesome. That's what I like to hear. Frodo stayed home for 17 years after he found the ring. Can someone find a cow-shaped locker to shove Cow into? As Cow attempts to actually me? Full well knowing the point I'm making. I just got fucking adjusted. My glasses just got adjusted for me by this fucking nerd. Thank God you guys can't see YouTube chat, or else you would have all gotten the one time I looked down at YouTube chat, Cow, goddamn it. Look, true, but you know, they don't do that. It's on them. They have no campaign to play. Go sit in the locker, Jeremy. Yeah. Session's over. Bring Sammy into this? No, I said Sam, not Sammy. Yeah, not our Sammy. Our Sammy would never do that. Yeah. Lord kicks you out of the house. He hires a new party to go do the thing. Right. Yeah. Yeah, for real. But, you know, in essence, I guess, how do you handle characters that don't want to go on the adventure? That don't sign up for the adventure? Right? How do you handle a party that doesn't necessarily want to do that and want to play the game as written and do the whole thing as you've planned it out? And that's like kind of tough because that's the adversarial sort of thing that I also think about for players, is that if they this is where complicated backstory can sometimes get you in trouble. Because if you have a backstory where you are so thoughtful of what you want that story to be, and you have such high expectations, and that story doesn't fit into the DM's overall plot that he or she has created for your D&D game, then how do you do that? Which is one of the reasons why, look, I have nothing against making backstory. Backstory is great. If you want to make backstory for a character, go for it. Love it. One of the reasons why Ella Blackwood is the best D&D player I've ever played with is because she has a firm belief that she never makes up her backstory until she's halfway through the fucking campaign. Is that as she's playing the game, she makes up her backstory in a way and at a level that would serve the D&D story, as opposed to cause friction between it and force any sort of story she wants to tell. So like, you know, it's one of those things, like a yellow flag for me for a D&D player is if they say they have 1,000 characters ready with backstories all written, and they're just ready to find one that, you know, or not even 1,000, but if they have like, I have this one character with his backstory I wrote for so long, and I want to play it so bad, so like, you know, I guess I'll grace you with my D&D character, you know. Ember's Tale, what's up? I followed you from YouTube. Oh shit, welcome in, dude. Welcome in, Ember's Tale. Good to have you. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming over. Thanks for checking out the YouTube videos and everything. That's dope. That's seriously really cool. Not many people have said that. I've said that like they found the Twitch stream via YouTube. Like I'm still not used to it, so that really means the world to me. Thanks for hopping over and coming to hang out on the Twitch stream. That's like, because I've been streaming on Twitch, like this is very casual for me, most days for like 4 or 5 years now, almost 5 actually. So me posting stuff on YouTube has been very recent in my artistic endeavors. So I feel like I'm making a lot of new friends and stuff over on YouTube and meeting a lot of new cool people like yourself, and it's really cool. I've been really, I guess, I don't know what's the word, excited and captured by the novelty of, I don't know. Either way, I think it's really dope. So I'm glad you popped there. Love your art. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Honestly, I have general characters made, but we'll tweak and adjust until they fit campaign in the world. Right, exactly. That's, I think, a great way of doing it. What I get nervous by is when somebody says like, "Oh, this is the story that I want to tell," and it's like they are the youngest son of a noble family, and their family are vampires, but their older brother is being mind controlled by their father, and they have to go slay their father to free their older brother, who will then bring the family name back into whatever or some shit. And the whole story of the campaign was you were going to fall through a portal into a jungle world on the first day. And then you fall into the portal, and you have a player be like, "What? But how am I going to tell my backstory story? Like, how you're not going to use my backstory?" You know, that's like a bit of a problem, I think. Then, so not necessarily having a Like having a backstory and idea for your character is great, but I think having that like rigidity is a problem, and that's always a yellow flag for me. If somebody has a backstory where it's incredibly well thought out, which is awesome, but it's very rigid, then I'm like, ooh. So one thing I always say to my new players, if I'm playing a new campaign, is please make a character that wants to adventure, whatever that means. You know, that wants to generally do good and generally wants to adventure. So that avoids all the like lawful evil, whatever kind of characters. That avoids the I only want to tell my backstory story kind of player characters, or like you must fit in my backstory to be a good GM. You know, it's one of those horror stories you see on Reddit sometimes where people would say something along the lines of the DM didn't use my backstory. It was a terrible experience. And then my follow-up question while they're sitting there complaining about their DM is always, how did you accommodate their story to use your backstory in? You know, which is just another kind of challenge to make two different styles of D&D kind of collide. And Aberd, yeah. Talking about D&D art, I commissioned someone to make my Warforged fairy. What is a Warforged fairy? Like a fairy-sized and shaped Warforged, or a Warforged-sized fairy? How does that work? Wait. Jazzy Jaffa, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in, my friend. Good to have you. What's up, Jace? Good morning to you. Good morning. I hope you had your VB long neck at 28 in the morning. Actually, what time is it in Australia? In all of Australia, because they don't have time zones. Time in Australia. It is 7:43. So you should have just finished your VB long neck 3 minutes ago, or maybe you could still be enjoying it. Yeah, because that's what you do if you're a fair dinkum apparently. And so says the internet. See it, Jace. The first one, and she flies. So it's a fairy-sized Warforged, so a mechanical fairy that flies. That's cool. I like that. Yeah. I'm a QLD. We don't have daylight savings. What the fuck? You guys are sophisticated enough not to have daylight savings time there? Holy man, because in Canada we're still living in the dark ages where we have daylight savings. So it is what, 2:44 right now when it should be what, 3:44 I think. Queensland. Okay, yeah, right. Sorry. Okay. Listen, I'm not. My Australian geography is a little bit. It's a little bit tough sometimes. You know, I have a hard time with it. I'm not the worst out there, but I have a hard time with it. So, yeah, sometimes speak real slow to me. I gotta put my helmet on. You know. Yeah, so I mean, as far as like also finding D&D players that will kind of like not adhere to, but like help you tell that story, I think it can be really helpful to have strong narratives. Like I have this theory for a D&D game that I want to do, which I'm gonna like. It'd be a great streamer game project, but I just kind of want to run this where you have stories within your worlds, like within Eldara, that are kind of set stories that are more kind of like in the way you tell a video game story. Like you have an idea of exactly how it's going to end. And then you have players play roles, which when you say it out loud and you say, I'm going to have my players play roles in my role playing, no shit, Evan, but hear me out. You say, hey, this is a story and you're all going to play paladins. The premise of it is that you are all paladin knights that are sworn an oath to a monarch, and the monarch has fallen, and his son has ascended the throne and was one of your fellow knights, and he asks you as one of your as his closest friends to follow him into the abyss to avenge the death of his father, as he was never set to rule or be king. In fact, he was supposed to pass the role on to his younger sister, and the only way he can do so in this time of war is to die nobly in combat so that she may ascend the throne and he may save the land. Will you follow him into the darkness, most assuredly to die? Right? And so everyone creates a paladin and let's fucking go. And that's going to be a game that I run at some point in time. And I think it's a cool way then to have a very like sort of like specific story that everyone can kind of make a character in service of, but then withdraw from quite a bit. I think it's cool. I want to try that. I have this theory of how that kind of a game would run, and I think it would actually be super dope. Data saving exists for farmers, however, Earth doesn't physically shift, so I don't know why we need it now. Exactly. Yeah. Nope. That's kind of the question up here in Canada right now. We're all like, we don't actually get more daylight. You know that, right? It's alright, I have no idea where you are. I've just heard of it before. Yeah, I live in the mountains. So if there's like mountains on the left side of Canada, that's where I live. So I live in the tall part. That's all I need to know. on left Canada. Do you advice for creating a campaign? For creating a campaign? For what kind of campaign? Cow? What kind of campaign you're writing? You mean just like a long campaign or a small little short kind of like little baby campaign? Also, my VTuber design and character off my D&D character, who is a backup character. Oh, cool! That's dope. That's actually really sick. I love that. That's some dedication to the craft right there. There's very few VTubers out there that have like any kind of like connection to like a D&D story. That's really dope. That sounds really fun. Well, yeah. I mean, I have this sort of like almost kind of like, you think of it as sort of like TV show style, maybe in some ways, TV show style, seasonal. No, like think of the way that Star Wars does their TV shows right now, where Star Wars would do their TV shows, like different sort of vibes and stories. They'll have Mandalorian, they'll have Skeleton Crew, they'll have Andor, they'll have Ahsoka, and each show is kind of a specific vibe. And I think it's cool to sort of set that vibe and set that tone for the game ahead of time. So and here's where my evidence comes from. Pirate D&D is awesome. Pirate D&D is some of the most well thought out and well enjoyed D&D games because everyone signs up for it. So you tell your party, guys, we're playing a pirate game. Oh boy, everyone plays a pirate. I'm gonna play a pirate barbarian. You're gonna be a pirate archer. You're gonna be a pirate mage. And we all create pirates. It's all swashbuckling, salty, sailing, whatever. And everyone has an expectation going into it that they all create characters that fulfill that expectation. So it helps create narrative cohesion between the entire group and the plot and the story. And sometimes I think it's great to do that ahead of time with other campaigns too. So you say to your group, hey, you guys are going to play kind of like a pulpy, like Indiana Jones style adventurer. So you're like archaeologists and researchers and stuff going to find relics and whatnot. So then you have the like Indiana Jones references, you have the, you know, the sidecar riding researchers, you have the gunslinging whatever, you have that kind of whole idea. And obviously you might not be gunslinging and sidecar riding, you might be like the kind of the glasses adjusting Daniel Jackson researcher versus the swashbuckling kind of sword duelist Indiana Jones type. Like, but when you set the tone of the story ahead of time, people I think have really good ways of meeting their characters in it and creating a character that fits within it. Medium length to long. My advice for creating like a long-term, medium to long-term campaign, Cal, like a sustainable one that goes for a long time, is always to, more important than anything for me when I'm doing a long-term, I mean, I don't know what the advice is, but I can tell you what I do. The most important thing is to think about the emotional beats I want my players to feel. Is this like a story of sacrifice and whatever? Is this a story of, you know, who knows? And what kind of vibes I want to elicit. And then basically divide things into the main story quest and the side quests. So make your main story quest incredibly concise, incredibly like short and focused, and then pepper in contextualizing side quests. That's the way I ran my last long campaign, which was called The Relics of the Force, which is a Star Wars game I did for Dashto and Ella, which is really fun. The main story quest, basically, there was a lot of convenient sort of like breaks in the main story quest where they had to go do something like on the side quest, but anytime they were kind of getting bored or whatever, I would push them back to the main story some more. So I think that the best way to create a medium to long campaign is to create a short campaign and then inject it with fat and fluff to make it more tasty. But don't design it as a long campaign to be played long. Design it as a short campaign that you're going to fluff up. That's like my sort of like mindset shift on medium long campaigns. While I struggle to find motivation for my character's adventure, I like to tie them characters with other players, so his motivation is to ensure their safety/survival. Yeah, I mean, that's like the way I always do with my players, as I talk to them about their characters ahead of time and help them figure out what is the story in world that I'm going to tell, and how does their character care about it, you know? So I don't really, that's why I don't play with a lot of people, because a lot of people will bring a character to the table, but I'm like, let's create your character together so that we're both invested in it and we can both make sure that you're playing something that was like fitting into the world in a perfect way, so you have your, you know. It does require a little bit of maybe like that kind of like out of D&D playing D&D character building passion. Like some people like that like to do that probably wouldn't like to play in my game. You especially the kind of player for it, but I'd be interested to play. Yeah, I think it'd be great. Yeah, been DMing same group weekly for 11 years now. We're on campaign 3. That's great, dude. That's awesome. I love to hear that, actually.
Hey Evan Discord Evan Bullhart.
Sick. Okay, thank you all. Okay, all right. It's about that time anyway. Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. If you have a long-term group that you're playing with, that's a gift. It's a gift, I think. If you ever start a campaign where you start off not every character in the party and in play and how they meet up, is that a thing? I prefer to to break the ice between my players early and sometimes before the game. So I like to say to my player, so okay, if it depends on the social power level of my players. If my players' social power level individually is high enough, I will just let them go into the game. And if you ever watch Critical Role, they all know how to break the ice and how to like start playing together immediately. Matt Mercer does not have to do any part of it. If I have to facilitate that, then I'm going to facilitate it in a much more comprehensive way. So if my players' social power level is extremely high and they're all friends and they all know each other and they're all going for it and shit, then I don't start them off as friends, and I let them be strangers and become friends. But if my players are either new to each other or don't have that extremely high social power level, which by the bar for that is extremely high, then what I'll do is I'll say, hey, so how do you guys know each other? Tell me some stories. Like who in the party, who knows each other? Like, were you guys adventuring together? You guys came up together? Like, make some stories. Tell me some stories. And if you narrow the scope of the game as well, you can do that easier. So when you say a game like, yeah, you're all the paladins. Oh man, tell me stories of you guys coming up as paladins. A great example is one of the most fun starts I ever had to a game was I had a bunch of players playing. We were all teenagers, and so we played teenagers in the game. So I said everyone's about 17, 18, because that's what we were at the time, and you are all students at a academy for nobility to learn how to become officers in this war. And you can choose between these classes, and you can be these races. And besides that, you're from a noble family, you've been sent to this academy to bring honor to your family, to serve in the war as an officer. So you learn the art of dueling and magic and whatever, all these things. And, you know, then you'll be sort of sent to the front lines at some point in time to lead and do things. And little do they know that we started the game right in the middle of combat. Basically, their airship was shot down. They were behind... they crashed in an enemy castle and they had to like fight their way out, and then they got basically sent on a crazy adventure because of that. But in doing that, I would say to them, okay, so while you guys have all been in school together since you were like kids, so I want you each to have some sort of hilarious story with each other member. So figure it out. So, you know, you two, they got in trouble for doing something at some point in time. These two ran a gambling ring or whatever. And then all the players like figured out exactly why they were best friends ahead of time. And so as soon as I start the game, the first thing that happens is like, you know, one of the players nudges another player and says, I guess we're going to have to like, you know, find a different costume for the whatever this summer. And it's just some inside joke I didn't know, but the two of them started laughing hysterically. And it was like, okay, great. You guys know each other. You're all friends. You're already. I don't have to do any ice breaking or facilitating. The thing that I just don't really love is you meet in a bar, a tavern, and then you see in the corner there's a woman wearing a hood. That's you, Stacy. Yeah. What do they see when they see the woman wearing a hood? A human. I'm looking at my drink. Okay, she's looking at her drink. What do you guys do? And silence. So unless your player, again, I guess your player's power level is high enough socially to be like, you know how to break the ice where you're like, I see the woman with the drink and I walk over and I say, care to play a little gambling game and whatnot, and they're like, what's your story? And they get to know each other, and they know that they're supposed to ice break as players. Unless if they don't do that well, or I don't think their social levels, power levels high enough to know how to do that well, then I'll just do it for them ahead of time, and I'll say, how do you guys know each other? Which sometimes I'll do anyway, because it builds more of a fun kind of thing into it anyway. But man, the corner, that's Strider. He's one of them ranger types. Yeah, exactly. The problem is when Strider doesn't go save them later, because your friend like Jeremy's playing Strider and doesn't have the wherewithal to go introduce himself to the hobbitses. He just stays there in the corner smoking his pipe, hoping someone talks to him. Because like with that kind of point in time, you have to have an NPC doing the introductions anyway, and if I have to do it through an NPC, I'm just gonna do it ahead of game, so hey, I gotta go get some food, do some things, and do some last little work and whatnot and bullshit before we play some D&D, because I don't know how long we're playing tonight, but I assume I won't have a ton of time after to do a lot of work, so I need to get a couple things done and set up for tomorrow ahead of time. And then tomorrow will either be fucking Jeremy, right? Tomorrow will either be something Patreon-y, or maybe that's next Friday. Maybe I'll just make it ominous and say it's next Friday. So that could be what we do. But regardless, thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it. Thank you for you guys who are on YouTube that I completely ignored, because I'm a terrible streamer and I don't look at my YouTube chat enough because I'm not used to it yet, and I apologize for everything. If you want to see so remember, the video the video tonight that I'm posting everywhere is going to be a reference to our discussion last stream about me and my application to Book Talk, apparently, and how I didn't realize that drawing big muscle mommies was a call to Book Talk. So that's gonna be kind of a dumb meme about that. I might actually just post it like soon. Either way, tomorrow will be fun. We'll do either Endrick or Magistrate Lembershed, a handsome man with a beard and a mustache. I don't know if how this Lembershed illustration matches up with Atari's Lembershed that he's had in his games, but we'll see. So anyway, have a great rest of your night. Be good. Take care, my friends. Love y'all. Be easy. Announcements. Ella did a store update. She got some Blackwood dice. Go Blackwood. Okay. Bye. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Bye.